Good morning, colleagues. Kindly join me in praying the Belizean national prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. Apologies for the late start this morning. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 number 1 Bill 2023, which according to Standing Order 71 of the House cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply on the item Government Business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill brought from the Senate.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House do now consider the Senate amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
International Limited Liability Companies Amendment. These are amendments sent by the Senate to the House. Amending clause number 4, amending clause amending clause number 13 and amending clause number 14.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendments as proposed by the Senate to the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023 be accepted. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 195A/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 1 scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024. Number HR 196/1/13, the annual report of the Integrity Commission of Belize for the period 1st of January 2020 to the 31st December 2020. Number HR 197/1/13, the annual report of the Integrity Commission of Belize for the period April 2022 to March 2023.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 195A/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report, and sessional papers number HR 196/1/13 and number HR 197/1/13 are ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 198/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Central American for Economic Integration, CABE, amendment number 1 to loan agreements number 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2295, Loan Amendment Motion 2023. Number HR 199/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 025-106001, Loan Amendment Motion 2023. Number HR 200/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 201/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 202/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023. Number HR 203/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the International Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 203A/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Insurance Bill 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 204/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers?
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you'd allow me before I ask my questions, I'd just like to congratulate all of the graduates for 2023, especially my daughter, Naomi. She graduated from kindergarten yesterday, so I congratulate her and all of her classmates at Belize Elementary. And a special congratulations to Emma Humphreys, valedictorian for Mesopotamia, attending Quenlis. So proud of her. She worked so hard. And congratulations to all of the schools in Mesopotamia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to everyone. Will the Minister of Finance and Economic Development please tell this Honorable House why his ministry recommended the Portico definitive agreement for Cabinet's approval and related legislation?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition for the past few days have been doing everything possible to keep this issue alive in the media. And his antics, as we would say in Spanish, son payasadas. Now, I'm sure if you don't know, you should find out what payasadas means. But Madam Speaker, as we know, he's, they sang a puppet on a string. That's exactly the role that this leader of the opposition has been playing. Actually, he is really, and I'm sure that the former leader of the opposition will agree with me that he simply is unfit to be leader of the opposition. I congratulate you to get closer to the seat. Closer to the seat. That's
Madam Speaker,
as it, I would not
on
yield.
a point of order, Madam Speaker.
But we have a point of order. Let me hear it.
In the standing orders, it clearly states that we should not use insulting and offensive language. For the member from Orange Walk Central to say that I am unfit to be leader, it's an offense and insult, Madam Speaker.
I've heard the point of order. I will just ask that let's just be careful of words used. I will not take that on to be struck off, but let's be careful of words being used.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure if you have John Saldiva and other members, I'm not mention the other person in the host right now on the other side, they will agree with me. So let's go fight with them. So as I said, Madam Speaker, maybe, what this proves is that he is a desperate, pathetic, and disingenuous politician who is, as I said, singing for his supper. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't want
Madam Speaker,
so there we go
on a point of
Stop
order,
crying, man.
Madam Speaker,
What is the point?
you just cautioned the member from Orange Walk Central to watch his words. Call me pathetic, but then he went further to say that I'm singing for my supper, Madam Speaker. That also violates the standing order not to impute improper motives, Madam Speaker. I am a elected member of the House, and I have a responsibility to raise national issues. Unless he has some type of proof that I am doing anything inappropriate, bring the proof.
I've heard the point of order. There's a difficulty when we get into some of the local language, singing for supper. I can certainly go into, members, what that can mean, but there is an assumption here that one is imputing an improper motive. Prime Minister, all I will ask, we need to get through the questions to ministers. I recognize we started late, so I will not adhere to the 11 o'clock hour, because we started late. And we do have 3 questions. Please, all I ask, let's get through this being a bit more careful with choice of words.
I apologize for singing for his supper, Madam Speaker. I guess he's rapping for your supper. Can you not sing a rap? So, but maybe, Madam Speaker, here today in this Honorable House, we will now set the record straight for the Belizean people, and we will show the deception and the hypocrisy of the leader of the opposition with your question. Just check this out. Talking about puppet on a string. Last July, the beleaguered leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, asked, and now let me quote, "Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment please tell this Honourable House what he is doing to find solutions to the problems that are stalling the Waterloo Port project proposal, which, if approved, will bring tremendous economic development for Belize?" Now, he comes back this here now to ask my ministry, why my ministry is recommending the Portico definitive agreement for the cabinet approval and related legislation. It's so obvious, it's patently obvious what this man is doing. He is singing for his, or he's rapping for his supper.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
No, Prime
Pick
Minister,
up yourself, man. Man up yourself. Man up
Have a
yourself.
seat.
No, you are
It
not
is
the,
the
you are not
standing
the
orders.
leader. No, but you are not
When
the
I raise for
speaker.
a point of order, he should sit, Madam Speaker.
And you should keep quiet when I'm talking. Please, you have done this repeatedly. Don't take over my role. You are the leader of opposition. He's the leader of government business, Prime Minister. I am the Speaker of the House. Let me hear your order. Your point
Madam
of
Speaker,
order.
I raised the point of order as to imputing proper motives. You retorted that, well, it is a Creole vernacular, so we don't know what he was insinuating. He has just elaborated what he meant as far as me singing for my supper. So he is imputing improper motives, Madam Speaker. I ask that that be struck from the record and that you caution the member from Orange Walk Central to refrain from that type of language.
I've heard your
Madam
point of
Speaker.
order. Prime Minister, I will ask for clarity of records to clarify what it is that you are stating about singing or rapping for one supper.
Obviously, he feels that he is doing his job, that's what he's being paid for. You're not being paid
Madam
for?
Speaker, on a point of order, paid
No.
for by who?
You're asking a question. No. Continue, Prime
Paid
Minister.
for by who, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, he's imputing that I have ill motives. He's imputing improper motives, Madam Speaker. You asked for clarification, and he said, paid. I'm doing what I'm being paid for by who? Are they sing from the supper from the National Assembly?
Mr. Leader of the Opposition, we're going to get through this morning. Mr. Prime Minister, please continue. I will ask no more references to the singing and the rapping of the supper or for the supper. Please. I'm a member.
No, Madam Speaker, and I take your point. But he needs to decide who is paying him. I never said anything. I just said by who is being paid for doing his job. Who did pay him? So why you the ball? Why you the create improper motive? For guilty conscience, need no accuser. But first and foremost on his deception, and I could say deception, because that's what has been going on all this while. It's a deception. There's only one signed agreement between the government of Belize and Portico Enterprise Limited. That is an agreement that was signed by the United Democratic Party government in October of 2020, before the national elections in November
Madam Speaker,
of
on a
2020.
point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is the
That
point
is a
of
lie.
order?
That is a lie. The government did not sign that.
No.
A rogue minister signed that.
No, that will not be tolerated. Continue.
What the leader of opposition now accept, that it was a rogue government before the election. And I will prove it right now. It was a rogue government from the top to the bottom. Okay, go ahead. An agreement, listen to this very carefully, Madam Speaker. An agreement that was drafted by Mr. David Morales, the law partner of who? The chairman of the United Democratic Party, one Michael Perfit. And he's doing his work. He was hired to do a job. But now what did Michael Perfit, who was a minister in government, collecting to have a definitive agreement for Portico that now you is condemning? So are you going to kick him out as chairman? Are you going to kick him out of chairman, as chairman of the party? That is what you need to answer, but you don't have the... Yes. You can't do it. You can't do it. Just like how you want to get rid of John Saliva, now you have to hug off.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, please. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to point out that the member for Mesopotamia, the leader of the opposition, every single minute he arises for a point of order. The standing orders are very clear that when a member is speaking, we must be silent. And he keeps interrupting the Honorable Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. 37A. So, Mr. Leader, please.
No, I've heard the point of order. Let me remind members, you are allowed to stand, as you just did, member, on a point of order, and the speaker is to hear that point of order and make a decision. Obviously, if this becomes repetitious, and it's the same point of order that I have ruled on, then obviously I will not be taking on those point of orders if it's the same. I do thank you, member, because I do take the opportunity for that lovely standing order referred to as 42B. We do need to give the respect to the member on his or her feet, and also it allows the chair to hear. I kindly ask the members to let us respect that. Prime Minister, you were on the first of 3 questions.
Madam Speaker, to point out, to bring the truth, that how his chairman knew nothing about this definitive agreement. Here is an email on I have it right there, where he said on June the 1st of 2020, where David Morales wrote to the minister, the AG, yes, who was the Attorney General at that time. He said, "Good day, Minister. I trust you have been keeping safe. I have been instructed by Mr. David Gegg to forward the attached document," the same definitive agreement that he claimed in Onoya. Same definitive agreement. We have the emails. We will be grateful for you to acknowledge receipt of this email. Have a good evening. Kind regards, David S. Morales, his same law partner. But yet, they are going to pontificate and say that they knew nothing about this. And now the same chairman of the UDP knew that a lot of the things that you were doing were illegal. Because you know what happened after that? Whenever they are going to discuss, he said, "Come to my house. We could talk about it." And then he put one of the legal officers from the AG's ministry on speakerphone, and then make any amendments. Why? Because he's afraid to put anything on writing, because he knew from day one that Michael Perfit was doing an illegal act. And now he comes here to try to say that our government is doing something illegal, when it is a UDP definitive agreement. And we have more emails too. So, and this hypocrite of the chairman of the UDP will go and have press conference too, knowing full well that he collected money for this agreement. He collected money for this agreement through his law firm. But he wash his hand and not me.
Point of order.
What is the
Again,
point of order?
The Honorable Michael Perfit is a member of the National Assembly. So you should not be imputing those improper motives on a member of the National Assembly. You aren't suitable to be Prime Minister if you don't know your standing orders.
Prime Minister, there is a Standing Order 38.8. The conduct of Her Majesty and members of the royal family, Governor General, the Speaker, the President of the Senate, members of the National Assembly, judges and other persons engaged in the administration of justice shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion. It is a valid point of order. I kindly ask members, whether it's in this House or the other House, we need to be careful of members in both, that we do not question the conduct of the member.
Madam Speaker, on June the 30th, it will have 30 years that the good people of Orange Walk Central have elected me here to represent them. I know the standing orders. I said that he collected money through his law firm. What, they paid his law firm? You don't think he can collect some other money? Obviously he did. That's a law firm, a partner, that's what they do. They collect the money and then they share it among them. But he didn't know what a partnership means. That is his problem. What you need to do is kick out that, well, you can't kick out that. No. The thing is, Madam Speaker, that the chairman of the United Democratic Party, one Mr. Michael Perfit, cannot deny that he was an active partner in this law firm. And I encourage the media to go and
Madam
check.
Speaker, again on a point of order.
What is the point?
You are imputing improper motives.
What did I say?
The senator,
No.
Madam Speaker, has already said that according to the law, he divested himself from his law firm. You are saying that that is not true,
No.
and that is imputing improper motives. Bring a substantive motion if you want to impute improper motives on the senator.
Leader of Opposition. No. No.
I can speak as loud as I want.
No. Members. Aye. Clerk of Parliament, I am going to, this House is on recess for the next 5 minutes. I will say that I'm mostly embarrassed, disappointed on that unfortunate exchange, of which I resorted for a short recess, and from which in the corridors clearly did not assist in calming tensions. Members, this is not a street brawl environment, and I cannot condone that. I cannot condone either language that should not belong in this house when it appears, and I say this purposefully, when men have issues with each other. I'm going to kindly ask to respect the chair, respect the public, and to respect the standing orders of parliamentary decorum. I will once again ask, no member of any chamber should be brought into a debate where there is an improper motive or insulting language hurled at that member regardless of the chamber. If it is an intent, and I refer to the question at hand, to speak to a member in terms of the business of the member, the office name of the member, that's one thing, but to bring in the name of the member is not acceptable, and I ask that it no longer be done. I will also say this, members, there is no need to raise your voices. That's why we have mics. The louder you raise the voice does not mean that the point of order is in order. I will also say that it is only the chair, members, that is to hear the point of order and make the determination. You make it rather challenging when you take on my role. Honorable Prime Minister, I believe that we are still on question 1 that you were answering.
Madam Speaker, I think it's important for me to point out, though, Madam Speaker, because I did not I'll rephrase myself. But what I said about the senator, the chairman of the United Democratic Party, is the truth. He was a member of the Morales and Perifit law firm. And as a partner, obviously whatever funds that the firm collects and the profits they make, they share it amongst the partners. How is that imputing, I'm imputing improper motive of the senator?
Sir, prior to that, if you allow me to clarify why I'm ruling, it's because prior to that, you also stated that, and I quote, Michael Perifit committed an illegal act. It's on, one that will be struck from the record. Those are improper motives. He is a member of the other chamber. That is all I'm asking.
I could answer you, but I will leave it as that, because I don't agree, but I will accept it. I think, Madam Speaker, you have the leader of opposition desperate, trying to hold on to the leadership of his party and trying to do everything possible, trying grandstanding. But I think I need to remind him what the former Prime Minister of Belize, the Right Honorable Said Musa, said to his father. Now watch me, watch yourself. You need to watch what you do, because this kind of action will bring you down. I mean, the member from Mesopotamia just can't hide his interest when it comes to the issues of ports. And we need to ask this member on which side he is. Because I believe, I'm not imputing improper motive, but my personal opinion is that I don't think he's on the side of development for Belize. And I will show you why later on. So, not to watch me, you need to watch the actions of certain members of your party. They are supposed to what? No, you had to slide. So. Now, let me give you the whole story, Madam Speaker. And maybe he need to ask the member, the former Attorney General, the former Minister of National Security, to give him the whole story. It is not our administration that made, negotiated, and signed this agreement. It was the UDP administration, Madam Speaker. They are the ones that negotiated, they wrote, and they signed that agreement. And you may call Orin Contreras a rogue minister, but the entire UDP government, they were a rogue government in the last months. Actually, the entire time they were a rogue government. Now, my government, myself, me as the Prime Minister, did the opposite. I instructed that this agreement be reviewed. I never try to hide it. And my government, we engage professional external legal counsel to advise on the validity of this agreement and its terms. If we did not discuss the legality of this agreement, we would have listened to the conflicted, self-serving UDP politicians, Madam Speaker, and what do you think would have happened? What do you think would have happened? Quite likely we probably would have ended up in court, exposing the government and people of Belize to millions of dollars in liability. Rather than making rash, uninformed decisions, rather than listening to the opportunistic serving barrows, we have sought to be properly advised so that we can make rational, dispassionate, and informed decisions in the public interest. For the record, the Port of Belize has brought an action for misfeasance in public office against who? Against a former UDP minister. And let me say this. This sweetheart UDP agreement was not signed by a minister gone rogue. He was counseling every step of the way. They knew. And it was signed only after a very conflicted law partner of the architect of the document, in effect, who acted for both Puerto Rico and the government of Belize. It was signed only after the former Prime Minister and Mrs. Tracy Teager Panton, and then the Minister of State in the Ministry of Economic Development, they was fully consulted on the sweetheart UDP agreement. Ask him if he never asked.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Let me hear about order.
The Honorable Tracy Panton is a member of this House, and he just again imputed improper motive to her. Sorry? Yes, you did. You said that she was well aware of the agreement when you know that the Honorable Member has gone on the record to say that she had no knowledge. The Honorable Dean Barrow is not any longer in this House, and you have imputed an improper motive against him too. But the Honorable Tracy Panton is a current member of this House, and you just imputed a motive, a negative motive against her.
Thank you. It is a valid point about the Prime Minister. All I ask to please be careful, members of this House and members of the other chamber. Let's be very careful. We should not be imputing improper motives.
She was part of the committee. If you see, they have, wait, let me finish. I'm not suggesting any improper motive on her part, but she was a part of this committee that was negotiating this deal. And what she have said, that she was not aware that they signed the agreement, but she was involved every step of the way in the negotiating of this agreement. So you see, then they split hairs. They knew. The Prime Minister, former Prime Minister knew. But what they said, no, we never know they signed. But they knew all along what was being worked out. And that's the point. And if you don't believe me, ask Erwin Contreras. So you say Erwin Contreras lied. No, I'm saying, they're saying Erwin Contreras lied. Because that is what he's saying. Yes. what is happening here, Madam Speaker, is that the United Democratic Party, they're throwing Irving Contreras under the bus. Yes, they're scapegoat. What did I scapegoat? How many times he was elected? From 1998? 2003. 2003. He got 98. Oh yes, with them. Yeah, when I beat with food for 1998, I stand corrected. Till all 5 times. Now, after this one has served you so loyally, you throw under the bus because it's convenient politically for you. But that's not going to put you anywhere. Yes. So, all I'm saying to he calls himself a Grammy winner. No? That is in dispute. It's questionable. It's questionable. They know very well that this UDP definitive agreement is the makings of his party, and that this is a part of the legacy of the rogue UDP government. So, as we say in Belize, Madam Speaker, a leopard can't change his spots. A member from MESOP may also want to pretend that he does not know this. So let me suggest to him now that he needs to ask his colleague, oh, he's not here, the honorable member from Corozal North, who he has sitting beside him. How is it that around the same time when they're fixing up the definitive agreement, because you know it's a package, you know, it's a package, and not just the definitive agreement.
They don't know nothing about it.
No, they don't know. Of course, they don't know anything about it. Yeah. How come it's around the same time when this agreement will be signed, an agreement they say they knew nothing about, that his colleague, the minister responsible for lands, allowed the following? I have at least 17 titles that were issued. The 4th of November 2020.
1 week before election.
As I said, no, when he referred to them, rogue government, the UDP rogue government, they sold 50.1 acres of seafront. Seafront. To One Key Star Limited for $33,193 and 25 cents too, you know. They collect the 25 cents.
They're going to keep stone building the Belize City.
So, I guess so.
On a point of order,
What
Madam
is the
Speaker, my question is, why did the Minister of Finance bring the Portico agreement to Cabinet, Madam Speaker? As a party, we have accepted the wrongs of former ministers.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is the standing order does not allow the member to engage in irrelevance and repetition. He's not answering the question. What does what the minister sold in lands have to do with the question? Why did you bring the Portico agreement with the legislation to be passed in the House?
Madam Speaker, the answer that the Prime Minister is giving, or any minister in this House, it's for you to determine the validity of the answer. How the person asking the question, if he does not like the answer, he can get up and say, don't answer it that way? Huh? Madam Speaker, does he even know what he's saying over that side?
What is your point of order? I'm asking, is there a point of order you want me to address?
I need you to clarify, Madam Speaker, who is going to determine the validity of answers in this House? It's not any member of this House.
Thank you, member. That's not a point of order, and of course, I have said this before. It seems like today will be a day where I will be entering into some repetition. Unfortunately, I am the one that determines if a point of order is valid. I am the one that determines if a member is confining his or her argument to the question, motion, bill on hand. If the member is not doing that, I will ask the member to rein it in so that we can practice what the standing order asks us to do, which is to confine our arguments and contributions to the matter at hand. We have a question, Prime Minister. I will ask that you please confine your responses to the question at hand.
Madam Speaker, but that's exactly what I'm doing. He wants to ask selectively, but we have to give the whole story. So that then you can't go out there pontificating as if saying, as you don't know, well, I'm letting you know. So that then you could stop pontificate. So, Madam Speaker, see, all of this, I'm a package. Because the definitive agreement is useless without land. All of these lands, 4th of November, 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 every single one of them, see? All of them. If you want, I will give you copies. And then you can ask your deputy leader, the Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Member from Corozal North, if he took this to Cabinet and asked if you could sign it. Because Erwin Contreras can't sign the definitive agreement before we go to Cabinet. But then the Honorable Member from Corozal North can sign these things on the 4th of November. Because it's a package. The land. Listen to me. They, on the 4th of November, signed over 850 acres for $117,993.
Where is it?
Right, the land, and guess what? A few weeks later, a few months later, guess who buy the land? Portico. Thank you very much. It's a package, Madam Speaker. It's a scam from day one. But yet, the leader of the opposition is going on every radio station, on any camera they put on his face, to say, oh, it's the UDP, the PUP's appropriate and PUP did.
On another point of order.
What is the point of order?
On a point of order, imputing improper motives. The member from Corozal North is a member of this House. You are saying that he sold land.
That's not a point of order. That is not a point.
Improper motives on the member from Corozal North.
No, the point. Please have a seat when I speak. It's not. Member. It's not a point of order. Please continue.
Because the truth of the matter.
Please repeat that.
The truth of the matter is that the Minister of Natural Resources on the 4th of November of 2020.
1 week before election.
1 week before the election. Who was the minister then? Who made the minister? Who? I'm sorry, Honorable Member from Corozal North. He signed this. Toyota. I'm continuing, Madam Speaker. When he interrupts me, then I have to repeat it all over again. So you don't forget. So the more interrupted, the more I have to repeat. The point is that the then minister, the UDP Minister of Lands on the 4th of November sold 17 different titles totaling 850 acres right next where the Portico project is being built for $117,993. And guess who buy the land? I pay on serve drink if you tell me. All of these lands have been sold to Portico. Every one of them. I know he have the nerves for what accuse his government about being corrupt. He has the nerve. Madam Speaker, the point is that this is the very same leader. Can't stand up straight. 1 minute, he hugged the Honorable Member from Colette as his leader, and then the next day turned pana. He condemned the former leader of the UDP, Jan Saldiva, and then he turned against Pana, and then want us to take Jan Saldiva to jail. And then when Jan Saldiva won his seat, and remember now he realized that Jan Saldiva could unseat him at any moment, he hung up the man. But through all of this, Madam Speaker, he has been consistent about one thing: his interest in Waterloo and anything we're connected to Waterloo. And our good friend Michael Finstein has sorry for him. Because if they manage to shut down this Port Magical, then he will go after Michael Finstein project. Because he only has one project that he supports. Water LOO. Yes, Water LOO. Yes. So, when you step out, when you go and don't try to profile in front of the media, well, I don't want to say the rest because I'll get into trouble, Madam Speaker. The point is, Madam Speaker, that the hypocrisy of the leader of the opposition is known by all and sundry. I'll just give a few examples. Now, let me tell you something about your corrupt UDP definitive agreement that was not approved by my cabinet. We did not approve it. I am telling you right now, this no good for nothing. So all of that nice one to make, no good, nothing. You know why? Because we are going to do what's right by Belize. The hypocrisy of these people. We will discuss with the key stakeholders, including Royal Caribbean, one of the leading cruise lines in the world, as well as our legitimate partners. And with full transparency, Madam Speaker, we will do only what is good for the tourism industry and good for Belize. We will be fair and we will proceed only with the approval of the Cabinet and this Honourable House, Madam Speaker. So, Honourable Member from Mesopotamia, your 5 minutes are up. Your antics are over, and your treasonous behavior of
Madam Speaker,
of writing companies abroad.
On a point of order,
treasonous what?
No,
what is the point?
No, the point, you don't need to. I'll ask that the reference of treasonous not be included. There must be another word you can find, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, for the record, when his father, the Prime Minister, called our leader in the Senate that same word, it was okay. What is 2022? Treason or treason?
Members.
So that treason when Barrow use it, but not treason when I use it. That is same thing.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I was only going to say, members, that your Speaker of this 13th session of Parliament will not condone, even if it was uttered by former Prime Ministers, words that really ought not to have been uttered. I tried to use guidance from previous Hansards. Some of it, I will say, is very colorful, that should never have been used. But please don't expect this Speaker to condone it, because it was done in the past, and I will condone it now. It should never have been said.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I respect what you said, because you are right. The former leader, Prime Minister, should have never uttered those words in this House, and the former Speaker should have never allowed it. So, I take it back. The former Prime Minister should have never said that. That's on the record. But the point I'm making, for him to be writing companies abroad, trying to ruin Belize's reputation internationally, shows that he does not care for this country. I mean, everybody knows.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
What's
on
the
a point
point?
of order, Madam Speaker, to say that a member of this National Assembly does not care about their country, Madam Speaker, that is beyond insulting and offensive language, Madam Speaker. And the standing order prohibits it, Madam Speaker. And Mike Finstein never said that. He said he tired of you and he want to support me in the next general election.
Aye. Prime Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm trying to wrap up, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I think that the point is, Madam Speaker, that everybody, exactly, everybody, Madam Speaker, the point,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, 42B is a standing order. The member from Belize Rural
Prime Minister,
Central
please.
can't just say holla and holla.
Neither
Respect
can
the standing orders.
Hold on. Leader of opposition, member for Mesopotamia. Are you going to practice 42B as well, or you're only going to ask the government? Thank you.
from one of the ladies in the house to scold the man and teach her something. But anyway, the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, everybody in Mesopotamia and everybody in Belize knows that all this honorable member from Mesopotamia wants to do is one go live in the United States of America. That's why he no care.
Madam Speaker, again on a point of order. Madam Speaker, I know that you are obsessed with my father, but your obsession with me is beyond repair.
Point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam
What's the
Speaker,
point
to
of order?
say that all I want to do is go to the United States is imputing improper motives. I was duly elected by the members of Mesopotamia and duly elected by my party to be leader.
I've heard your point of order. Members, there's no need to expand when I ask. Just tell me what your point of order is and I'll rule on it. I am certain, Prime Minister, I am certain, as you have your 30 years of experience, I am certain you're aware of the standing orders. And I am more than certain, Prime Minister, that a motive that a member is only trying to make his way back to another country is not intended to be derogatory, negative, insulting on your part. I would hope, Prime Minister, that that is not the case. I will ask, please, for caution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for reminding me that for being 30 years, I know the standing orders. That's why I said what I said, because I know I'm not imputing any improper motive. When somebody wants to leave the States, what's wrong with a person if you want to leave the States? That's their right. If anybody in here want to get their passport and they want to leave the States, that's fine. That's okay. See? That make you feel like a man? That make you feel like a man? Go ahead and say it. If that make you feel like a man, go ahead and say it.
Don't, members, please. Prime Minister, continue. I certainly will intervene when I feel that the testosterone level here has gone to a level that is completely unacceptable, but really this cannot continue. I ask members, 42B, both sides, government, opposition, leader of opposition, Prime Minister, please just let's respect the 42B if we're going to get through the business of the day. Prime Minister, I believe you said you were
Speaker,
about to...
I'm trying to wrap up. But if the leader would only allow me, of the opposition, would allow me to finish. Now the first question. If you'd only allow me to finish, but I have to repeat it again. It is the right of any Belizean, if they want to live in the United States, or one will live in Russia, or one will live anywhere. Israel, I mean, yes, one of them. What is that? Go for Utopia? What, a utopian princess or whatever? I mean, that's your right if you want to go and live in the United States. I'm not vexed with you. Me no want to go live in the States. I've never had the desire to live anywhere but, and not only in a country Belize, you know. I only want to live in Ranger Uptown. Nowhere else. Dunn Street, number 2 Dunn Street. A house that my mother started to build. But he not live in Mesopotamia. He live under the sea. So, Madam Speaker, it is embarrassing when you see the leader of opposition trying to spin things around, trying to bring a question to the House on something that is signed. You should commend this government. We did not hide the definitive agreement. We brought it to cabinet so that we can discuss it. And I'm not at liberty to say everything, Madam Speaker, But once immediately the discussion started, I immediately said, we are not going to proceed with this definitive agreement. And everybody in cabinet agreed. I'm not talking about their rebellion. What on earth are you talking about? Don't listen to people where they tell you things you know, because you embarrass yourself. You're an embarrassment to the UDP. Madam Speaker, I will repeat again, this definitive agreement no worth nothing to us. But it is my responsibility as Prime Minister. I don't hide anything from my cabinet. I bring everything from my cabinet. That's why we have 15, sometimes much as 20 cabinet papers every week. Because I tell every cabinet minister, you have to bring everything in this cabinet for us to look at, to discuss, and agree as a group. This is not a one-man show, like previously, for the past 13 years. One man we know may run the entire government. This is a government collective, that we work collectively. We work together. We work united. That is why we have managed to turn things around. When your father was saying what? He put the finger upon the dam and what? Grieve what? I don't know French, man. I don't know about French. These Spanish Marine joke, one proud one from Marine joke, one proud Belizean. He a grieve for Belize and he a cry for Belize. After he done wrecked this country for 13 years. Now here we come and we have turned things around. Thanks to the government of the People's United Party.
Honorable members, before I call on the Leader of Opposition for his second question, I just want to, for purpose of historical record, as we are trying to be compliant with standing orders, I do want to point out that we started the session, today's meeting late, and there is a standing order, 21-6. No question shall be asked after the 11 o'clock in the forenoon, except in any question which the Speaker has allowed to be asked without notice under paragraph 1 of Standing Order number 19. That exception doesn't exist here. I will say to you, I will allow the questions. I will ask members in the interest of, one, trying to be compliant with the standing orders, recognizing that we started late. I gave the apologies for that, to let us try and get our questions completed by 12 noon. That should give us the sufficient time, as we normally do have, had the meeting started on time. I just needed to clarify that for the historical record. I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, a member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The record will reflect that the Prime Minister did not answer the question. Madam Speaker, will the Leader of Government Business in the House, on behalf of the Attorney General, please tell this Honorable House if the Portico Definitive Agreement legally binds the government of Belize?
My understanding is that the Leader of Government Business has has asked the Minister of Education to respond to the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think you'll appreciate that questions 1 and 2 are very much interrelated and should have been properly framed into one question, but nevertheless, I will respond with the understanding that I will have to repeat some of what the Honorable Prime Minister has said. The definitive agreement between Portico Enterprises Limited and the government of Belize was signed by Erwin Contreras, then UDP Cabinet Minister with responsibility for economic development and investment. It was executed in October 2020 by the then UDP administration, 1 month before the general elections of November 2020. The definitive agreement was prepared by the law firm of Morales and Perifit, the private law firm of the then Attorney General. while serving as the Attorney General of Belize, the private law firm of Morales and Perifit was paid by Portico to negotiate this UDP agreement with the UDP government. It was Morales and Perifit, the law firm, who benefited directly from the negotiation of the terms of this UDP definitive agreement. Talk about conflict of interest. Madam Speaker, let us dispel once and for all the self-serving propaganda that this UDP agreement was signed by a lone wolf, Erwin Contreras, on a frolic of his own. The agreement was signed by a former minister in the then UDP cabinet, who also happened, for the record, to sign another cruise port agreement, the Harvest Key agreement for Norwegian cruise lines. And it was signed only after the Attorney General had signed off on it, and his law firm has signed off on it, sorry. And further, Madam Speaker, if you listen to what Erwin Contreras is saying privately, it was signed only after consultation with members of the Cabinet Subcommittee on Investment and with the former Prime Minister. In short order, Mr. Contreras will have an opportunity to support these claims, very likely in a court of law. So, Madam Speaker, despite the opposition leaders' self-serving posturing and blustering, the Belizean people fully understand that it is the UDP who developed, approved, and signed the definitive agreement. The UDP conceived it, the UDP gave birth to it, it is a UDP baby. Now, Madam Speaker, suddenly the baby ugly bad, and now they want nothing to do with this UDP baby. And in typical worthless and shameless UDP style, now being very opportunistic, they seem to be working along with their new Lord and Master, who they seem to be back in love with, to destroy the baby and tell lie about the baby. What a worthless crowd. Madam Speaker, let me be abundantly clear. The office of the Attorney General is a member of the executive, which does not make judicial pronouncements as to whether the definitive agreement is legally binding on the government of Belize. That is a matter for the courts. This administration takes professional legal advice in the public interest with a view to minimize any liability that the reckless and corrupt UDP may have created. This administration has taken such legal advice from the external distinguished legal counsel, Mr. Douglas Mendes, and has at all times acted in accordance with that professional legal advice. Mr. Mendes has advised that based on his portfolio and having regard to relevant case law, Minister Contreras, as he then was, had the implied and ostensible authority to execute the definitive agreement. Now, that advice is an opinion. It is not a judicial pronouncement. And it is only a judicial pronouncement that definitively makes clear whether the UDP agreement is valid and binding. Madam Speaker, a lot has been made by the UDP minions and their agents of the fact that this UDP agreement was brought before our cabinet, or PUP cabinet. And as Mr. Mendes advised, whether we like it or not, the agreement represents a potential legal liability to the government of Belize until otherwise established by a court of law. So the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, Investment had a duty and obligation to bring the matter before the cabinet for discussion and review. And as the Prime Minister has said very clearly, even demonstrated it, our PUP cabinet rejected the UDP agreement. So, Madam Speaker, that UDP baby is dead.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister of Human Development please tell this Honorable House when will constituents from the opposition benches benefit from the grocery bag program budgeted for this fiscal year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will do my best. I will do my best, Madam Speaker. Yes? I will do my best, as best I can. But I would hate to see that we get to a point in this House where we can't even speak our mind. I mean, everything the Leader of the Opposition doesn't like to hear, he jumps up on a purported point of order when there is none. Absolutely none.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. No, Madam Speaker. No. You threw me out of the House for questioning the chair. You are the person that determines whether my point of orders are valid or not. She cannot be offending the chair like that. What's wrong with you?
I will not dignify it with a response. Member for Belize Rural.
We see it every day. We see it every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In answer to the question, I really could answer with one sentence, but I'll go a little further. All constituencies of this country have been receiving and continue to receive the groceries from the grocery bag program. They have been receiving, Madam Speaker, and they will continue to receive. I could stop there, but if you allow me, I will go a little further. This government, Madam Speaker, is a government of equality and inclusion. We are a government whose political party has the motto, serve the people. And we will continue to serve the people in the best way we know how. We must provide the social safety net, and the grocery bag program will continue. Under UDP, you had to pay $12 for $24 value. Madam Speaker, under this PUP administration, we are not nickel and diming our people. The people who are receiving, and we try to do it in the best way we can and to rotate it so that many people who are in need can benefit. And that grocery bag is valued at $80, Madam Speaker. $80. You get chicken, you get meat and rice and beans and flour. Basics, but we are proud of what we have been able to do in addition to bringing down unemployment, turning the economy around, and as our Prime Minister always says, the best social program in this country is putting our people to work. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that this government of equality and inclusion does not look at color in helping the people. You remember the name Mark King, an erstwhile member, I think, of this House, when he said UDP first, Belizean second, PUP last. Imagine, Madam Speaker, they go down in infamy for that kind of utterance, and that is exactly how they behaved. Madam Speaker, anytime anybody come to my office, anytime anybody pick up the phone to me, I now ask them if they're red or blue. You are Belizean, and we deal with you because we are a government that serves the people. It is an abiding shame. It is an abiding shame that the elected member for Queen Square is never here. It is an abiding shame and an insult to the good people of Queen Square that the member for Queen Square, see the name right over there, is never here. Never, ever here. But I can tell you, you know what it has to do with it? The people at Queen Square, they get grocery. Madam Speaker, I won't go on at length. But you know, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, you could give it back the community fund if you don't want it, you know. You can give us back the community fund if you don't want it. It has everything to do with the question you are asking. Shut your mouth, man. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
No, member, no.
It has everything to do with the question, Madam Speaker, that this government has provided community development fund for every single constituency, including Corozal North, Queen Square, Albert, Collet, and Mesopotamia. Let me just conclude, Madam Speaker. Let me just conclude. You know what your uncle used to say? You know, your uncle threatened me in this house. You think I could ever forget that? And you know what your uncle used to say? That some people have more nerves than one mouthful of bad teeth. And that is what I say to the Leader of the Opposition this morning. Thank you.
Clerk, may we dispense with Standing Order 12, please?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceed with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of the committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024, motion 2023. I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in the sessional paper number HR 195A/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Honourable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024, motion 2023. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, Amendment number 1 to loan agreements number 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2295, loan amendment motion 2023. With your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into Amendment number 1 to loan agreements 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2295 with CABEI as set out, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreement and all documents and agreements connected therewith.
Honourable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into Amendment number 1 to loan agreements 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2295 with CABEI as set out, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
This, Madam Speaker, this is the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 02-106001, loan amendment motion 2026. Now, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into Amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 250/106001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, as set out, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement amendment and all other documents and agreements connected therewith.
Honourable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into Amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 025-106001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, as set out, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreement and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, This is the Inter-American Development Bank Skills for the Future program, US $15 million loan motion 2023. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a Skills for the Future program that will contribute to the closing of the skills gap to prepare tomorrow's workforce for the fourth industrial revolution. And whereas the program will consist of 3 components whose activities will increase access to instruction that accelerates learning in foundational skills, increase access to instruction that promotes learning in 4IR skills, and increase access to gender-specific education services to promote inclusive education. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of US $15 million and a non-reimbursable investment financing of US $5 million, 6 months grace period on principal payments, repayment period to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $384,615.38. Purpose to execute a program that will provide fourth industrial revolution and STEAM skills to secondary and TVET students, which is expected to increase student engagement in school and secondary education graduates accessing 4IR and STEAM jobs with better salaries. Rate of interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per the SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. Credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to expand the pedagogical model of the Belize City STEAM Lab School to more education institutions and to respond to the gaps in learning that widened during the pandemic, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the IADB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. The motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition certainly supports using these finances for the purposes that have been outlined. My colleague from Collet actually secured the loan to build the STEAM school in Belize City that the government is completing, and I see that these loan funds will go to making sure that those types of programs go further than just the school in Belize City, and they can be made available throughout the country. Very important. It is not good to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so we're happy that this government is following suit with some of the tremendous initiatives that the former Minister of Education, the member from Collet, initiated. The addictive borrowing aside, that cannot be understated. Further proof that government is not performing, because if it were, they would not need to borrow every House meeting. The problem that we have, Madam Speaker, is access to these programs. We have about $700 million in loans from this government public debt that the taxpayers have to pay back over the last 3 years. And many of these programs come just like this. I can't argue with this. It is excellent that we can invest for those children who may not be academically inclined to be able to learn a skill set so that they can do for themselves, because certainly this government is not going to give them any hands out or hands up, Madam Speaker. But the problem is taxpayers are paying for this loan, but there is no access. Whether it's the MSME loans that you get, the loans for the farmers that you get, there is no attempt or a very incompetent effort by the government for awareness so that the taxpayers can know how they can access these programmings. And access for all. You know, I spoke to the minister about free education, minister, and you told me that all Southside schools, high schools, are free. No, you had told me all. You said all of the schools on the south side were free. Okay. Well, I won't debate you, but I'm just saying, sir, I just want to be clear because I remember I asked you in the chambers, all of the schools on the south side. Anyway, Madam Speaker, we on the opposition side want equal opportunity. We don't want it to be like the grocery bags, where only the PUP area representatives get to direct where things go, and John Public suffers, Madam Speaker, and we believe that is what has been happening. We don't get the awareness, we don't get go here, go there. I send people to the Ministry of Human Services all the time, and they are turned away. But then I hear that ministers, that is where you go to get your grocery bags, Madam Speaker. So we just wanted that these loan motions that are being borrowed are on behalf of the Belizean people. And I implore the government to do more to make sure that you are inclusive and that all Belizeans have access to these programs that you're borrowing on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, I too agree that the loan motion before us is a good one. Of course, you know that I will never argue against a motion, a loan motion for education, because I believe it is the greatest machine that we, or the vehicle that we have to elevate the citizenry of this country. And as my colleague, the member for Messop, has said, a part of the loan proceeds here and the grant proceeds will be used to further the curriculum, if you will, or the program of instruction at the STEAM center that is being built in Belize City at the IT vet, which was secured under another loan from the Inter-American Development Bank. And in fact, Madam Speaker, this, I want to say things, but I want to be cautious as well. I want to say that the IDB has been a great partner in helping us in terms, in fact, it is the greatest partner, my recollection tells me, for education projects. We had a KIP 1, we had a KIP 2, now we're seeing this kind of initiative. But while they are our greatest support in terms of finding the funding for these initiatives, we have got to be careful, Madam Speaker, that we are utilizing the funds in the places that are most necessary. And also that we're getting the best bang for our buck. Now, I know that the clerk circulated, Madam Speaker, some documents showing the contract and explaining what is it called? The granting agency, how that works and all of that. But the truth is that quite often when we make these loans, Madam Speaker, we don't get the best bang for our buck, and I've cautioned about that in this House before. If you read the details of those, the contractual agreements, it speaks a lot of detail about how you go about getting consultants and getting professionals to help along with these initiatives. And quite often, a lot of money goes into that kind of thing, getting consultants, and enough money does not go into what we specified the loans are for. So I want to caution along those lines, again, when we engage with entities, these international financial institutions. The first loan, Madam Speaker, or the EQIP 1, which was geared towards teacher education, saw great success. We saw teacher training for primary school teachers, for instance, go up from about 35% to about 85% over the time of that initiative. And that was a good initiative. We saw what we were aiming for there. And in fact, the second EQIP, which is still, in fact, we see disbursements coming out in the supplementary that will be presented shortly. So we know that some of that has been used to promote STEAM education, and that is very important. And there can be no doubt, as I look at what is here now, training for the fourth industrial revolution. It's important, Madam Speaker, because if we don't get on board, we will get left behind. But I want to caution that we might well be getting on a bandwagon, which you can argue is a very important bandwagon. I've just said it, if we don't get on it, we'll get left behind. But we must as well assess where we are, and I'm afraid that that is a major concern that I have about our education system today. And I'm not casting any blame, because indeed, as my friend from Freetown and I have long discussed, and my friend from Dangriga as well have long discussed, the struggle to fix what is wrong with education in this country can never be politicized, or should never be politicized. We should put our shoulders together at the wheel and try to fix it. We have major issues in this country when it comes to education, Madam Speaker. When it comes to simple issues like literacy, and I shouldn't really call it a simple issue because it is a big issue. The number of children in our primary schools who can't read, for instance, is alarming. The number of students who come out of primary school and move on to high school and can't function at the secondary level is alarming. So I'm saying all of that, Madam Speaker, to say when we borrow these large amounts of money and we put our hats to say, all right, we will spend this money on the fourth industrial revolution training, or we will spend this on STEAM education. You know, many children cannot even do basic mathematics. In fact, I will go further to say, if that is the case, I'm in agreement, Mr. Minister, and I am saying, though, that we need to pay very close attention to all of this. And it starts from teachers as well. You know, I'm not in a position any longer where I have to be concerned about that kind of criticism. I believe the minister now is much more in that position. You've got to be careful what you say. But the reason why our children are in problems with literacy and numeracy has a lot to do with the teacher's ability as well. And this government, when I say the government, I mean both political parties that have run this country over the last couple of years, or the last many years, I should say, have invested a lot. You just heard me say that that first EQIP 1, the bulk of that money was put into teacher training, and in fact, if I'm not mistaken, put specifically into language training and mathematical training for teachers. Yet we don't see a tremendous impact on our students. Again, I'm not casting blame, but if we are to move forward, we have to bell the cat, and we have to call a spade a spade. And so when we hear about STEAM, when we hear about the fourth industrial revolution, training and all of that is nice, but if our children don't have the basics, if our children are not reading, and I know of all the fancy new curriculum and everything, which I know it's a gigantic task, and I know my friend from Dangriga has made a gigantic effort to push this, but the teachers on the ground are saying they're not connecting, this is not something easy for them to follow. And so we have to get to the bottom of that. So my caution, Madam Speaker, is simply that we're not borrowing monies to deal with things that are bigger than at the level we're at. In fact, we need to make sure that we are securing the basics. Let me make one more point, Madam Speaker, on this matter before I sit down. COVID-19 did tremendous damage to the learning of our children, the learning progress of our children. That is no joke. Our children were out of school for a very long period of time. And I think that we have not properly assessed, and I'm not blaming. I know it's a very difficult thing, and in fact, if the ministry would say to parents, no, well, your child is not at that level, so you can't move there, you can't move, that kind of thing is going to be problematic. I'm not even sure it won't hold back our development even more, but we've got to bell the cat and address the issue of the level that our students are post-COVID-19. I shared with the minister that, in fact, my doctoral dissertation, Madam Speaker, will be on the effects of COVID-19 on our Belizean education system, but admittedly it won't be at the level of primary school, where I think a lot of damage was done. And the reason why that is so important is because they won't get to high school, they won't get to junior college and university if they don't get it right at that very lower level. And I'm afraid that too many of our children have not gotten it right because of the damages to our interruptions, I should say, from COVID-19. And so, Madam Speaker, as the leader of the opposition has said, we support this kind of loan motion. It is the kind, of course, we can't argue with the terms. These are wonderful terms to lend. A part of the money, in fact, is a grant, as we see, so that is a good thing. But I have to join with my colleague in saying the borrowing is also very tremendous. And all that you have done, you claim on your own, although I've proven otherwise over and over in this house, not by your own efforts, jointly, to reduce the debt and to reduce the debt to GDP ratio is ballooning again. It's ballooning again, and it will get out of hand if some proper measures aren't taken. But I will say on the record, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to this kind of borrowing, I will support it. Some of the other things, and we will see, maybe get into some of those details once we get to the supplementary and start discussing budget figures and supplemental figures again. But for the record, I support this motion.
I recognize the member for Dangrigel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend the member from Collet and the member from Mesopotamia for supporting this motion, and certainly for recognizing the importance of this investment in our future. I just want to touch on a couple points, Madam Speaker. The first is that in the design of our loan programs, we have ensured in our ministry, led by Minister Fonseca, that we are actively participating in the prioritization of those funds. This is very important because we need to ensure that we reflect the things that are of most importance based on what we believe in Belize that we need to do. We may see that possibly in the past that kind of leadership may not have endured when we needed it to be. We take a very seriously partnerships in ensuring that that prioritization is very clear. One of the features of this, as the member from Collet correctly pointed out, is that we have 5 million in grants from GPE. And for us to have gotten that grant, we had to go through a very rigorous process of discussions, of sharing what we have in our Belize education sector plan. And it is out of that process where the GPE felt very confident that their grant would be very well invested in complementary areas to the larger scope of the loan itself. I think that's critical for us to underline, that this is the first time we've gotten an actual grant linked to a loan because of the confidence that our international partners have in us. And on the point of literacy and numeracy, this is indeed one of the focus of this particular loan. As you know, STEAM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics. So mathematics is a very critical part, right? Numeracy, mathematics for our STEAM program and our STEAM focus. And if you will look at the curriculum for the ITSAT Institute, the STEAM school in Belize City from the prior loan, literacy and numeracy are foundational because we agree that without that it is difficult to do anything else. And what we're doing in the ministry is really addressing these things in partnership so that we can at last be able to move forward from all of those issues that have plagued us for so many years. Teacher training is also a vital component of our overall quality of education. But we're doing it this time not dictating to teachers what it is we feel that is necessary, but sitting with them, respecting them, and getting their feedback, and then working from that point. That's a feature of this administration, that we sit down, we listen, and then together we design what needs to be designed, because that is the way for any program that we have to be sustainable. So our consultations, as the member from Colette correctly said, have been extensive. And the member is correct that teachers have expressed their concern because this is new. This is new for them. So we have set up support teams made up of actual teachers who they recommend to us, who have gotten the training so that teachers can go out to the schools and be able to offer the support to their colleagues across the country so that they can all be comfortable with these new methodologies that we're using. Project-based learning, problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning for competencies. And learning loss is indeed, and certainly we look forward to the results of your dissertation, member, because learning loss is something that we understand is very important to address. In fact, the new curriculum focuses on literacy and numeracy. We're giving now more time to language arts, and to mathematics in how the time is spent throughout the day in schools, because we understand that this is so very important to us. On the last point, Madam Speaker, the member mentioned debt to GDP ratio. Well, besides the fact that that has been admirably addressed already, what we are investing in is to increase the productivity of our people. And it is with the productivity of our people that we will also be able to increase our GDP, which is in the denominator of that equation, so that by increasing that number, we are then able to reduce the ratio. So I really am thankful for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, so we could touch on these very important points.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have very few contributions to this other than to say that from the perspective of the Ministry of Public Service, we welcome this type of investment in STEAM, the 4IR education, because of the resulting impact it will have when we have a new workforce coming into the public service. Currently, we are partnering with the Ministry of E-Governance to modernize the services provided by the public service, throughout the different departments, throughout the different ministries. And one of the major setbacks is training. We have to be training and retraining. If we have a workforce that is already adept to this type of education, Madam Speaker, to this type of modern day language, or this type of what they're experiencing out there, then I think it will better serve the Belizean public when these persons enter into the public service or into the private sector. So certainly we support this motion, and we look forward to its impact on the wider education of Belize. Thanks.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to give my full support to the loan motion that is before us. And I want to start off by certainly congratulating and thanking my colleague, the Minister of Education, and his ministry for certainly all the hard work and for the vision to continue to reform education. Educational reform, as the member from Stan Creek, from Dangriga said earlier, is a process, Madam Speaker, and we do recognize that, you know, as a developing nation, we constantly will have to undergo reform to make changes to better equip our students and to better equip our teachers, so that at the end of the day, the education that is offered is relevant and that it is going to provide the appropriate and relevant skills to our students to be able to meet the developing needs of our country. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little from the perspective of the Ministry of Labor. And one of the challenges that we have noted as the Ministry of Labor is that when you look at the labor market force, one of the challenges is really being able to match the necessary skills for the job seekers and those that, you know, employers, companies are looking for. So certainly this initiative is going to provide a very relevant opportunity to be able to provide that training to our young people so that we can have a job force that is going to be more competent, that they are going to be highly trained, and at the end of the day, they are going to be able to more effectively contribute to the development of Belize. We have seen where in the past we have companies who have come into this country, and I think a very good example was Santander, for example, where they had, you know, to hire people who were skilled in welding. And that in itself was a challenge, just as an example, where they had to be importing, you know, welders from outside of Belize. That does not paint a good picture for us. We have to do better. And that is why I am very happy to see that the Ministry of Education has undertaken this bold initiative to ensure that we put in place this STEAM laboratory, and that we are going to do it specifically through the laboratory, but also partnering with the IT vets to be able to adequately train our young people. So from a labor perspective, we welcome this initiative because this is certainly going to increase the pool of trained young people who are going to have a better opportunity to, one, participate in the job market, two, to be able to increase, you know, the wages that they earn and contribute back to the development of our country. So, Madam Speaker, I once again congratulate my colleague, the Minister of Education, and his ministry, and I wholeheartedly support this motion that is before us.
I recognize the Honorable.
I thank all the members for their contribution. Madam Speaker, and I move the motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, number 1 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Madam Speaker, I expect no doubt that those on the other side will raise issue over how early in this new fiscal year this supplementary appropriation bill is being brought before this Honorable House. I suspect they will question our fiscal management. So, before they waste our time again, let me address these issues up front. The reason we're presenting the supplementary appropriations bill at this point in the financial year reflects the tremendous achievements of this PUP administration, our continuing commitment to prudent fiscal management, and of course, our continuing commitment to Plan Belize. Over the past 2.5 years, we have taken Belize's fiscal and economic ship from the edge of the cliff. We have taken the economic ship off the reef, where, according to former UDP Minister Hubert Elrington, Dean Barrow and his corrupt UDP administration had landed it. We have navigated this ship out of troubled waters as we embarked on a voyage with the Belizean people to the glorious path of a rising economic tide. Our economy, and I think you need to write this on, Leader of the Opposition, our economy grew more than 27% in the 2 years under our watch that ended December 2022. This is more than 5 times faster than the economy grew under the entire 13 years of our UDP administration. And I am confident that this economic growth in the first quarter of this year will beat all the projections of IMF and other international financial institutions and rating agencies. Our economy continues to grow at a record pace. And I don't want to preempt the Statistical Institute of Belize, but it's going to be shocking, especially to the members from the other side. With prudent fiscal management and skillful negotiating, we have been able to rescue the public finances from over 133% debt to GDP ratio to 65%, reducing the debt by almost 50%. They, on the other side, took the debt to 133%, and whilst they say they're going to be weeping for Belize, we have been working every single day and have reduced the debt by almost 50%. Simply put, our overall debt has gone down substantially while our economy has grown by leaps and bounds. We have done this, among other things, running primary surpluses on our fiscal budgets. Last year, we once again enjoyed a primary surplus of 1.2%. This is a far cry from the almost 10% primary deficit run by the past UDP administration. And we have experienced those primary surpluses while increasing the budgetary expenditures to its highest levels in the country's history, investing more in health, investing more in education, investing more in housing, investing more in infrastructure, investing more in the judiciary and good governance, and investing much more in the people of Belize. And of course, one of the results that I am most proud of is the impact our policies in support of investment, trade, and economic diversification have had on employment. You may recall that our employment rate had peaked under the UDP in 2020 to almost 30%. You may also recall that the last published SIB labor force survey showed that the unemployment rate had reached a historic low of 5%. The labor force survey was conducted in October 2022, before the high season for tourism kicked in. The experience is that when the labor force surveys are conducted during the low season, the unemployment rate is invariably higher than when it's conducted during the high season. The most recent labor force survey conducted by SIB was done in April of this year. I am therefore confident that we will achieve another historic low, as I fully expect that the SIB survey will show our unemployment rate is even lower than the 5%. I am a firm believer that the best social program we can provide as a government is the environment and opportunity to put people back to work. A job not only brings income, but it brings dignity, it brings hope, it brings self-worth as you become able to provide for your loved ones. Through our fiscal management, even the IMF, in its most recent Article 4 consultation report, noted our achievements, and that with debt having come down so much, we have achieved debt sustainability. They even expressed that we should increase priority spending on quote-unquote infrastructure, targeted social programs, and crime prevention, end of quote. Madam Speaker, you may recall that last year, besides the annual Taiwanese grant of US $10 million we had negotiated, we had also negotiated $75 million in concessionary finance from them for budgetary support. Over the years, poor administration, including the UDP administration, have borrowed more than $400 million from Taiwan for budget support. That is borrowing money to pay for recurrent expenditures. We are pleased to confirm that we needed not one penny of that sum for budget support from last fiscal year, as we generated a primary surplus for fiscal year 2022-2023. Some of those funds pursuant to the loan were, however, disbursed by Taiwan at the end of last fiscal year. With the results now fully in our last year's stellar budgetary performance, and taking note of the recommendations of the IMF on priority spending, our plan is to utilize the already disbursed Taiwan proceeds to productive initiatives that advance the goals of Plan Belize, to continue delivering on Plan Belize. As such, we stand here today proudly to seek the approval of this Honorable House for the proposed supplementary appropriation set forth in this bill. From those Taiwanese proceeds, $21 million will be prioritized for urban infrastructure development, while another $7 million will be utilized for other improvements. Through this administration's efforts, more than $10 million in grants have been secured, $7 million of which comes from the Republic of China, Taiwan. These grants are earmarked for numerous much needed initiatives. This includes $2.3 million in the National Healthy Start Feeding Program, $1.9 million for the Wi-Fi internet in schools, $1.5 million for a water well rig truck, and $1.3 million for a water system in Guinea-Grass. Grants from other donors and donor institutions will be utilized for water resources management, health programs, hurricane rehabilitation in agriculture, and building climate change resilience, among others. Besides the Taiwanese loan proceeds, there are several other projects for which implementation continues and for which disbursement proceeds are required. This includes over $3.5 million for the continued execution of the Education Quality Improvement Program from the IDB, $2 million from CDB for the Philip Golson Highway and Remate Bypass upgrading projects, $2 million in GOB counterpart funding for the Resilient Rural Belize project, $800,000 towards the digitalization of vital statistics under the IDB Digital Innovation to Boost Economic Development Program, and roughly $1.7 million from the World Bank and the IDB in connection with health support programs. On the matter of the National Bank, my administration is extremely encouraged by the dramatic turnaround engineered by the new board. Through their efforts, the lending book, which was stagnant at around $47 million up to 2020, after roughly 7 years in operation, has since grown to more than $81 million, an impressive 72% growth in just 2 years. Deposits have more than doubled from $43 million in 2020 after 7 years to more than $94 million in just 2 years, a whopping 118% increase. There is no doubt that since November 2020, the bank has been reinvigorated and is now on the right path to success. After losses over the 7 years, we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel that I hope probably this coming year, this year, we are going to have a small profit in the National Bank. So we are therefore pleased to support the National Bank by capitalizing the bank with an additional $5 million. Turning to a matter of serious concern, that of citizen security, the reports of a Mexican cartel exacting violence upon our citizens in northern part of Belize is no secret. This requires urgent and meaningful response. As requested by the police department, we are proposing to immediately allocate $1 million towards this heavy and serious threat to our national security. Likewise, my administration prioritizes support for the most vulnerable. Therefore, an additional $2 million will be allocated for the targeted social protection to be administered by the Ministry of Human Development. In support of cane farmers, we are funding a $1 million grant for fertilizers. I don't see you clapping, Mesopotamia, member from Mesopotamia. He was walking with the cane farmers the other day when he made the so-called process, no? But I guess you don't switch sides. You don't support money for them. But you are there only with one of them. You are there with only one of them. Show the hypocrisy of these people. And we are appropriating a further $500,000 to extend the amnesty project. The St. Matthew's Government School recently burned down to the ground. We are allocating $1 million to build a new school at St. Matthew's Village. The Sarstoon operating base, built less than 10 years ago by the past UDP administration, is uninhabitable and is in a complete state of disrepair. It's sinking and leaning on a side. Urban legend said that when the past Minister of National Security visited and stood up in there, the place had to sink because it was badly constructed. Urban legend said. Me no say. The point is, huh? Yeah. So, and also, Madam Speaker, coming back to the sinking of the Sarstoon operating base that was built 10 years ago, you know. You recall the sad incident some years ago when a brave BDF soldier lost an eye in an accident at that base. We need to knock it down and build a new base. And I hope that the members of the opposition will also support us to rebuild this base at a cost of $500,000. The Charles Bartlett Hyde building on Mahogany Street, which will house the Vital Statistics Unit, the Family Court, the Legal Aid Center, and the Magistrate Courts buildings in Belize City, and Belmopan require extensive repair and renovation at a cost of $1.9 million. All these buildings were neglected by the United Democratic Party government, and now this PUP government have to fix it. But speaking of the courts, last but not least is the judiciary. I take this opportunity on behalf of our government and on behalf of the people of Belize to extend our thanks to the Herculean efforts and the transformative enhancements to our legal system engineered by our Honorable Attorney General, Ms. Magali Marin Young. She has certainly made her mark. And I want to, again, to put on record that initially, when I asked her to serve the Belizean people, she said she would happily do it, but she was prepared only to be able to do for 2 years because she also have young children going to school and have other commitments. But she took that sacrifice and came to serve selflessly for 2 years. And at the end of last year, when she was reminding me of the agreement, I said, can you stay longer? You're doing such great work. And she managed to say, okay, I can stay until the end of June. So when those on the other side try to mislead the Belizean people about the Attorney General, an honorable lady, I find it disappointing, and I could use other words when they behave like that, when they're supposed to be praising this Attorney General. Because the previous UDP Attorney General can't even clean fishy shoes with the work that she has done in these 2 years and 7 months. We find pieces of what will form a part of her legacy, even in this supplementary appropriations bill. For the judiciary, we will allocate a further $500,000 to fund the cost of 3 new senior court judges expected to join us as soon as September of this year. Madam Speaker, our People's United Party administration has given the highest priority to good governance, and even in this supplementary exemplifies this effort. For all our successes, for all that this supplementary appropriation will accomplish for Belize, I am pleased to commend this bill to this Honorable House.
I recognize the member of Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government for the last 2.5 years has proven to be truly incompetent. In particular, the Minister of Finance. I don't know if Chris Coe is deliberately trying to sabotage you, as you can see with the protocol agreement, but you need to stop listening to him, because the budget planning that you have overseen over the last 3 fiscal years has been a complete disaster. It reeks of incompetence. We are 60 days removed from a budget being presented in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and it is unprecedented that a supplementary would be brought to this House a mere 60 days removed from the reading of the budget and the passing of the budget, Madam Speaker. The opposition can understand St. Matthews. Now we're talking about $69 million supplementary, so that the Belizean people can understand. After we just passed an almost $2 billion budget, Madam Speaker. And supplementary appropriations bills are to be presented to this honorable House when emergencies take place. It is for spending that was not anticipated, Madam Speaker. So, St. Matthews, we understand that. The narco war in Corazal, I can understand having to reinforce our troops and our security forces, Madam Speaker. But when you look at something like the base that he said when the former Minister of National Security, the former UDP minister, when he would visit the base, when he stands on the base sinks. So you just realize that 2 months after you pass the budget? I mean, you'd embarrass yourself, man. You see, I used to kind of, you have to pay attention to your predecessors. You're in the game 30 years. So I thought you had something to teach me, but all you to teach me is to be incompetent. I really have to take you off my list of prime ministers to give any review. Because you know that supplementary spending is reserved for emergencies, unanticipated bills. You just admitted that that base has been in distress for quite some time.
So why didn't you put that in the budget that we just passed 2 months ago, Madam Speaker? I could understand if we were 7 months, 8 months in, and then you claim that the taxes are performing, the economy is growing. So how is it that you're not planning sufficiently, Madam Speaker? It reeks of incompetence. I'm going to go through, again, line by line. You look at the judiciary. You mean to tell the Belizean people that 2 months ago you did not understand the reforms that the Attorney General, yes, and I do commend her. I commend her for resigning from your corrupt government and not being a participant in what it is you were trying to get accomplished. Your government was trying to get accomplished with that corrupt Portico agreement. So I hold her in high regard. But it is that the Belizean people are to believe that you didn't know that you were going to get 3 judges. And you needed to plan for that. Again, you came into office with a mantra of plan Belize. And you have proven over the last 2.5 years to be anything but prepared. You are like a blind man leading all these other blind men, and you're feeling your way through the dark. And you've proven that for the last 3 fiscal years. And this is no different. You start earlier this fiscal year. It's getting worse and worse. So I'm glad that even though you accuse me of grandstanding and self-serving, the 4 senators from the social partner, they're not the grandstand. Huh? Then only Irwin and the carried out the inquiry. That you Gwen. So I guess you will accuse them of singing for or rapping for their supper too. Well, Madam Speaker, you look at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So 2 months ago, you didn't know that you needed 200,000 for compensation. Again, Home Affairs, I can understand additional spending there. Crime is out of control. You really need to get rid of the minister and the commissioner. So, again, you look at rural transformation. You didn't know, you had 4.3 million there to spend. Why didn't you put 4.5? What emergency happened that you needed another 128? I didn't hear you describe that, member from Orange Walk Central. You have a great presentation that you made in regards to the necessity to reinforce the security forces with $1 million. But it really isn't $1 million. And again, never are you able to be transparent and straightforward with the Belizean people. You're always deflecting and dancing around, because we have operation costs here for another $788,000 for national defense and border security, in addition to that $1 million that you have described, Madam Speaker. Again, you go to the office of the Prime Minister. You didn't know that you wanted to do the Guinea Grass water system? These are things that the opposition supports. We support our rural areas. We support having functioning water systems in all of the rural areas. But if you are so focused and committed to the rural areas as you claim, then how is it that you didn't plan for this 2 months ago? It is not, yes, again, it is cap 2, so you did not anticipate that you would have to pay? Why do you need a supplementary? Anyway, Madam Speaker, again, they claim that They claim that the National Bank is doing so well, so they're going to capitalize it. Why didn't you anticipate this 2 months ago? You know, you always want to profess that you guys know it all, but obviously you don't. That's why we're having a Senate inquiry right now that is going to inquire about your Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, you know, I could understand the matching grant funding for the Republic of China because they visited after the reading of the budget. But you look at Hurricane Lisa rehabilitation. Hurricane Lisa happened before the reading of the budget. And you're coming with $739,000 for that. And I hope that we're going to have an audit of how the other monies were spent for Hurricane Lisa relief, Madam Speaker. And as far as the monies for the sugarcane farmers, that is no emergency. That is no emergency, Madam Speaker. That is unfair use of the taxpayers' dollars to favor one association of sugarcane farmers over the others. If you're going to give to one, give to all. That is the opposition's standing, Madam Speaker. We should not set our cane farmers against each other. Madam Speaker, again, the entire $69 million that the Prime Minister is presenting to this House in supplementary appropriations is littered with examples of spending that could have been anticipated, Madam Speaker. You go to infrastructure. You go and you look at the Philip Golson Highway bypass where they had 1.2 million approved estimates. You didn't know that it would cost another 1.9? At the cap 3, so you never know that one. You never anticipate that. Again, Madam Speaker, the supplementary appropriations bill is littered with examples of bad planning and incompetence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member of Corozal Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief in my support for the supplementary budget. First of all, I see the leader of the opposition walking out, and as usual, he's always attacking the Belize Defense Force and the Belize Coast Guard. I don't know what he has against them. He attacking cane farmers. My God, I mean, is there anyone he loves in this country? I don't know. Perhaps, well, that's why he. Excuse me, American. So that's why he has a U.S. visa, no? He worked so hard to get that. But, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I am fully supportive of this budget because we need the Sarassoon Forward Operating Base to function. It is a critical point along our border in this country. It is at the mouth of the Sarassoon River, and we need to be able to control it, to control the Belize side of it, as well as have monitor the other side, at least from what we can see, so that we can keep on the vanguard of whatever threat that this country may face. It is an absolutely essential base that must be fully operational, and I thank the Prime Minister for his unwavering commitment for supporting us for that. As well, Madam Speaker, for the other supplementary, there's the insurance and for the training. Again, I wish the leader of the opposition would have thanked and congratulated our soldiers for the training they just completed in Louisiana. Madam Speaker, That was the largest contingent that we have sent to date to do joint readiness training. It was an overall training of over 5,000 soldiers from the U.S., of course, and from other countries, and they learned small unit tactics. They also learned how to mobilize troops into battle. Essential training for any military, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the U.S. for that, and thank our good friends from the Louisiana National Guard for always supporting our BDF and Coast Guard. They are great friends to us, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful to them for that. As well, in the budget, we have that part of that budget, there was an insurance for that which we had to cover. And as well, there's some more training here in the annual battle camp, Madam Speaker. One thing with the military, there's always need for training. It's like anything. It's like exercising. You can exercise, you get fit, but if you stop exercising, you lose your fitness. Well, the military always has to be training. It never stops. It must be ongoing, because one never know what we will ever encounter, whatever threats we'll face. We must always be ready. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support this budget, and I thank the Prime Minister personally for his vision and for his support of my ministry. Thank you.
I recognize the member of Colette.
I note, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister opened the debate by trying to preempt the arguments of the opposition. I'm hoping that when you close, sir, that you will be kind and not repeat all that you said in the beginning, since you anticipated well, and I'm not going to disappoint you what our arguments will be, except that I will try my best to put a little more meat on it. You said that we would criticize you, saying that why is it that you would bring a supplementary just a few short weeks after you presented a $2 billion budget? You said that we would accuse you of not being capable and competent, and that is very true, sir. Begin, Prime Minister, with Madam Speaker, sorry, that maybe the Prime Minister can begin with personal emoluments for these judges. You knew, in fact, you had to advertise, am I correct? These 3 judges, you don't just pull them out the sky. I believe you advertise regionally and all of that to get applicants to apply. So you must have known at the time of the budget that you would have been hiring these 3 additional judges. So we allocate another $500,000 there for 3 judges. It seems like a lot of money, but we already saw the huge chunk paid to judges already. And I'm not going to get into all of that, but that's a concern as well. And then, under the Ministry of National Defense, where my colleague just raised the concerns that the opposition leader continuously tries to shoot him down, well, we see tremendous increases here as well. And you've said, and this is the first time that I'm hearing you concede, the police commissioner certainly did not concede that there was some issue with a Mexican cartel. So it is good to know that you are admitting that, and that we have such a serious problem, and that we're trying to do something to face off that problem. And then, Prime Minister, I have to agree with my colleague on the Guinea Grass rudimentary water system. This could have been budgeted for $1.3 million. We see under your ministry as well, urban improvement project, and these projects, I listened to your explanation and still don't understand what it is. This is $7 million. What is that money being spent on? Is this because the municipal elections are coming up and you're going to try to do all kind of magic works now in the urban areas of our country to try to buy the elections. And then I struggled understanding your rationale for the National Bank. According to you, the National Bank was not performing at all up to 2020, and you said that subsequent to that, things started improving. Of course, you give no credit to the fact that the bank was developed under the UDP administration, and obviously there would have been growing pains in growing. You made it look like in the 7 years under the UDP that it was a struggle. And it was a struggle because of mismanagement or whatever else you may have been insinuating. You did not give the impression that it was a brand new institution growing, and this kind of capital injection that you are giving, in fact, is a question that we have to ask about. Back when the bank was being started, I remember passing similar types of allocations, I think up to $20 million in one instance, to help the bank to get off its feet. But if what you are saying is true, that deposits have doubled, that the collections are no longer stagnant and that things are flowing, then I don't understand why is it that you need to give $5 million to capitalize the bank. So this is a grant? Is it monies that won't be recovered? I don't know. Maybe you can answer when you get up to respond. And then there are the issues. This is one that I raised at the time of the budget. Continuously, I have always raised this one, land development or acquisitions for land. Every year, in fact, I remember when my friend from Lekai first became Minister of Lands, and he came to this Honorable House and he railed hell against the UDP's position on acquisition and told us how many millions of dollars would have to be paid. So you didn't know that the 12 million that you allocated would not have been enough? And I highlight it here not to dwell on whether or not the UDP was right or you, because as far as I'm understanding, these acquisitions continue. And in fact, if you were criticizing the UDP about acquiring lands for compensation, things have not changed necessarily in the lands department as we speak. And that may be the real reason why you now have to increase every supplementary almost that you bring to this Honorable House. You have a section for land acquisition. The last financial year, we saw about 2 or 3 coming in addition to what was allocated. And then there is the new green building initiative. That building has been finished. Prime Minister came and said that the contractor left the job bad. That's what he said the last time. And there was a supplementary. The contractor, as you know, is Rolly Montero. You gave him hell, you tore him down, you said the man never finished the building. He's a contractor, he's a noted contractor. Maybe he does other things, but we all do other things. Julius is in politics and in architecture, so we all do other things. Sorry, my brother. The member for Kayo South. So we go $200,000, which I'm told is the retention fee for the contract. So if the man did such a bad job and the job was not finished and all of that, how come you're paying him the retention fee now? And this is how many years afterwards? Because my understanding is the job was finished from before the UDP left office. But you said in your first supplementary presentation to this House that the job was not finished. And the man left the job bad and you had to get additional monies allocated. I remember well. But then how come you pay the man, what was the total retention fee? Well, things aren't really finished all the time. In fact, if you understand what a retention fee is, you wouldn't be asking that question. A retention fee is withheld. Help me here, member for Kaya South, because I know you would know. A retention fee is held so that if something goes wrong with the building after it is finished, you can use that money to fix what was wrong. Correct? But yet the man collects his whole 200,000, but you had a lot to run down people. You run down the man's effort as a contractor. And then we see $2 million more for social protection. No details about that. And I have to agree with my colleague in terms of the distribution of these products. I suppose what my friend from Belize Rural Central was hinting at was that they decide on the people who come in through her ministry. The people come in and they say, we need a grocery bag, we need a grocery bag, we need this, that, and then the ministry decides on how it is issued. That is all fine and well if that is what is going to happen for all constituencies. But we have heard ministers, in fact, my friend from Caribbean Shores went on the record to say that he gets 200 grocery bags from the Ministry of Human Development every month. Maybe they have something against you, my brother, but that's what he said on TV. So there is on record a position by your government to give area representatives grocery bags, grocery packages. And in my time sitting over here in your term, I'll be honest with you, I have received only 20 grocery bags. And I'm told it was from the government of Brazil, albeit that it came through the Ministry of Human Development. Give thanks for the 20 grocery bags. And then I found hilarious, Madam Speaker, and my friend from Belize Rural Central criticized the way the UDP was doing the program, where you paid $12 and you collected. In fact, it was far more than double, because the people in my constituency, which I did not have a hand in selecting, but I used to sit and watch them pass in the coming from the grocery the pantry program, as the UDP called it, and they would come in and they hand loaded, and they said they would get far more than $24. But I was amazed that she's boasting about the fact that the packages are now worth $80. Have you ever gone to the grocery store recently? What was valued $80 back when the UDP was in is clearly not valued $80 now. In fact, if you were listening to the common man and woman on the street, you would know that inflation is so high, things are so high. Common people, why do you think, Madam Speaker, that the public servants were in such an uproar yesterday and the day before when they did not get their salaries on time? Because they live hand to mouth, they need that money. So things are very, very difficult for people. And then, Madam Speaker, I heard the Prime Minister speak about the renovation of the Charles Bartlett Hyde building. And he again goes off half-cocked and says, it was because of UDP neglect. Why can't you call a spade a spade? I keep asking the Prime Minister that. Because it is when you call a spade that your credibility builds. When you purposefully, without no purpose, no real purpose, I should say, because he purposefully does it, he has an intention. But when you do that and people can see right through what it is you're saying, then it takes away from your credibility. Everybody knows that it was the UDP administration that set out to build the Eleanor Hall administration building that is at the foot of the New Bridge, one that my friend from Kaya South criticized tremendously, but then you all assisted in ensuring that a great move happened. The reason the UDP built that building, and you know that there was a plan to have a mirror building, was to ensure that we don't have to be renting spaces all across the city to house government offices. You know fully well that the reason why those offices at Charles Bartlett Hyde building are no longer in good condition is because they were inhabited for many, many years by government departments, and then they were moved over, some of the same offices in there. moved over to the Eleanor Hall building, and as a natural course of that move, the renovations have to happen. And you knew fully well that those buildings, those offices would need renovation. But rather than giving the UDP credit and thanks for what it did, so that you don't have to be renting. In fact, you were renting a space for vital statistics. You were renting a space for the magistrate court. You were renting spaces. So if you're complaining that you now are moving into the Charles Bartlett Hyde building and you have to spend 1.9 million, which sounds like a lot of money, but really is not if now you have a building owned by the government housing these government offices. And you should give credit to the United Democratic Party for that. But where we will criticize you is that you knew from the time you read the budget that those offices that were in the Charles Bartlett Hyde building would have moved to the Eleanor Hall. In fact, they don't move. And you knew that they would need some kind of renovation on the building. At the Charles Bartlett Hyde building, you knew that these offices would need the renovation, but you did nothing. And then there is the Resilient Rural Belize program. Again, I struggle. Apart from in my friend from Kayo South's constituency, I fail to see any rural development happening. And my neighborhood, I will tell you, Prime Minister, where I live in Lords Bank has received some works, but I don't want to say why publicly or in this honorable house, but for your agenda, only there Kayo South get street works. That's a village. Everywhere Kayo South looking good. That is true. I wonder, I picked up no rural, so I had to talk about the rural areas. I live in a village. But the urban development is getting, what is it, 7 million or 9 million? I can't remember the number now. But so things will look good in the city too. And in the other municipalities where elections are coming in short order. $2 million for Resilient Rural Belize. So where will that money be spent? Which village? So, I have no doubt. And then on the Sarstoon Forward Operating Base, your comments, sir, are most unkind about why you know, I was a part of the delegation that broke ground for that forward operating base maybe about 10 years ago, maybe not that long, but some years ago. And if you remember well, the initial plan for the forward operating base was for it to be built on Sarstoon Island. And you remember when the citizens used to go out there and stick their flag on Sarstoon Island for the benefit of those who don't know, that it is an island that is, we argue in Belize and we are certain is in the, what happened? No, I'm saying we claim Sarstoon Island, that was where we wanted to build the forward operating base. But all of this land on the periphery of our territory down there is swampland. And in fact, they had to put down stakes in order to build that forward operating base. And if I remember correctly, it was made mainly of wood. So of course, over the years, it is going to be deteriorated. It's at a point right where the salt water and the river meet as well, if I recollect correctly. So no problem with that. All we're saying is that it is not an emergency. Wasn't an emergency. And if it was not, you should have put it in the regular budget presentation of March. So, Madam Speaker, while, and I know what the Prime Minister is going to say, because we've heard it before, supplementaries, and I remind him under both administrations, I have sat in this honorable house when the former Prime Minister, Dean Barrow, presented supplementaries from the Prime Minister Musa. So it was a practice that both administrations did, and I will give credit where credit is due. This Prime Minister has made a change and he has started to bring supplementaries to the Honorable House in current time. but I think that there is also an abuse in his management or his mechanism in doing this, in that it shows your improper planning, because you could do all of this. He says it's because the economy is doing so well and so they can do all of these wonderful things as you go along. That is nonsense. That is absolute nonsense, because as you have said, in fact, you have even preempted the Statistical Institute today by saying that you already know that the growth will be so tremendous. So why didn't you anticipate all of this wonderful growth and put all the stuff that needed to be allocated in the budget from March? You seem to have some kind of special magnifying glass or looking glass that you can tell the future. And of course, there are predictors that show this. So then all we're saying is, don't try to bamboozle us. Don't try to spring these things on us last minute. Don't try to push things, get your act together properly. Plan properly. Spend properly. And then we won't have any problems. There are some of these things which we absolutely agree need to happen, but not in the format that you are bringing it to us like some kind of emergency situation. That is what the supplementary is for. So it means that your process of preparing the budget is flawed, and you've criticized the previous structures for coming up with the budget as being flawed, and now we're seeing the very same gaping gaps in your mechanisms for preparing the budget. So, Madam Speaker, I am sorry, given the nature of how it is presented, I am not able to support this supplementary.
I recognize the member of Cayo South.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I noticed that the member from College said that he is not in agreement with the budget, with the supplementary, because it was what? It was not properly, it was not presented properly, or it was not presented in the format that he would like. I assume that's what you're saying? But at least he couldn't say it was illegal, which was what his Prime Minister at the time was caught up in court by doing illegal activities by not presenting supplementaries to the House, to the point of, Prime Minister, what was it, $1.5 billion? $1.5 billion of, no, illegal activity of the past Prime Minister by not bringing supplementary to the House in the amount of $1.5 billion. Compare that to not formatting the supplementary in a manner that the member is comfortable with. I can live with that, Madam Speaker, any day. Plan Belize hurts you. I wish your leader was here. Well, I know you don't wish he was here, but he should be here. Is he a leader? Is he a leader? I'm just asking a question. Am I allowed to ask questions once in a while, Madam Speaker? Plan Belize, when it pertains to infrastructure, the mandate given to the ministry was to start and put all your efforts into rural communities for the first half of the 5 years. That has been done, and you have mentioned Cayo South, and thank you very much. It is a beautiful constituency, by the way, and we welcome you passing it once in a while. Don't stay at night. Toledo West has seen incredible activity based on the investment that the Ministry of Infrastructure has done through Plan Belize. Toledo East has seen loads of work. Cayo Northeast, Cayo North, Stang Creek West, Hollywood Lads Bank. You know, speaking of that area that you live in, sir, I reminded the area rep, the energetic lady that stood up today. that dealt with your leader in the most elegant manner. I reminded her that in her constituency, the largest percentage of paved streets were done. We paved going to your house on the Philip Goldson Highway. Hot mix, by the way, we never used chip and seal. We did it really nice. We have paved the Lord's Bank Road leading directly. I don't know if it's yours now, but yeah, where you used to live. You live there still? All right, cool. I never sure a car on TV. I never know that which house you made the deal with your thing check, so I never sure. We have paved portions of Vista Del Mar. We have paved the road leading to the army camp, the BDF camp. We have done substantial work in that rural constituency for your information, and I just brought it up because you were, in a joking manner, you were singling out Kaya South, which is good. Whenever Kaya South is mentioned, I am happy because they deserve everything that they can possibly receive. 13 years, I must say, 13 years, Kaya South was literally not looked at. You guys used to drive from Belmopan going to Belize City and not even blink left or right. All of a sudden now it's become fashionable, which is not a bad thing. Kaya South will eventually become the center of commerce in the West. There is no way that can be stopped. You're seeing it right now. Belize has invested, the cement factory has invested, the metallic structures that you're seeing has invested, Pro Solar has in Kaya South. It doesn't matter what you think, what anybody believes, will be the center of commerce of the West. You gave me an opportunity, Madam Speaker. He did. He gave me an opportunity to big up the most beautiful constituency in the entire country. I had to say, Prime Minister will be mad because he believes that Orange Walk is much more beautiful, and I respect him for that. Plan Belize. So we started first 2.5 years, rural communities throughout the entire country. The sugar roads were never dealt with for 13 years. We dealt with it. Farmers Road, we have been opening all over the country. And then Hurricane Lisa came, and our attention began to focus on the urban areas because the area reps were saying, and they were lobbying in cabinet, that we have to follow Plan Belize, which said that 2.5 years investment in rural community, we had to give some parallel, balanced effort in the urban areas. And that is what we are doing now. But $21 million in infrastructure for 9 municipalities is not a lot of money when it pertains to infrastructure. You're looking at about $2.3 million per municipality, which I think you could get maybe 2-3 streets for that. But it's 2 or 3 streets more than we had before. And as the Prime Minister will tell you, I tirelessly lobby in cabinet for more finances so that our people, the Belizean people, can have better infrastructure, because we believe that better infrastructure leads to a better economy. In the rural areas, our residents are tired of living in the dust balls where they get sick, where they can't hang out their clothes, they can't eat their food healthy. It's a problem, and we're dealing with it one by one. So that's following Plan Belize. But let's make a comparison now when it pertains to infrastructure with how the People's United Party administrates and manages the money of the people. And I'll give an example of how the UDP did it. I could give millions of examples, but I'll only give one. Finish? Thank you. Under the People's United Party, under the leadership of John Briceño and the prudent and efficient management at MIDH, basically the minister, the CEO, and the chief engineer are the 3 heads that sets out the policy, deals with the administration, and executes the work. One is political, the other is administrative, and the third is technical. We start with the Caracol Road. When we got into government, the mandate given to us was to look, analyze, as we have done, and the Prime Minister explained with the definitive agreement, look, analyze, and see how we can move forward to make sure that the people's money is spent efficiently. With the Caracol Road, we saved $25 million. And we are now, and we have just gotten in the bids, to be able to resurface the highway, the George Price Highway, from San Ignacio to Benqueviejo, with the proceeds of that savings. So the Belizean people, through the changes that we did on the Caracol Road, will be able to finance the road on the George Price Highway, the section between San Ignacio and Benqueviejo, at no extra cost. It was based on the savings that we incurred. The Philip Golston Highway, the Remate project, bypass project, we saved $6 million. Presently, work has started that we have divided the proceeds of those savings. $3 million will go to Orange Walk Town, $3 million will go to Corozal Town. Madam Speaker, I think you will be happy with that, to be able to help those municipalities based on the savings that we were able to do on that project. Then we go to the Coastal Highway. On the Coastal Highway, after prudent administration and efficient work,
What is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, the standing orders are clear that the member must confine his arguments to the matter at hand. Both the leader of the opposition and myself, we got up and we went through the supplementary line by line and asked questions about what is being allocated in this bill. And the member from Kaya South is now gone off. He named the coastal. There's nothing about the coastal road in this bill. No, I did everything based on what was on here. I asked questions based on what the supplementary was allocating. I never talked about Caracol. I never talked about coastal road and all of that. And I'm not trying to pick a quarrel with my friend from Kaya South, but we have to remember that there are rules and we have to follow the rules. I'm trying to be kind, and I haven't had lunch, but I don't want to just walk away and not listen to him. But if he will continue and talk about everything under the sun, then, Madam Speaker, I will have lunch.
Madam Speaker,
continue, member of...
A little diet for the member from Colette wouldn't hurt him at all. Madam Speaker, why am I speaking on these issues is because I am giving them examples of why it is important that $21 million is invested in infrastructure. So we saved $11.3 million on the coastal. I know it hurts, but have some patience. Yeah, it's painful because it's how to do things properly. You would be happy on the other side when you were here, when they were stealing the money. That was not painful for you. Madam Speaker, the coastal highway, we saved $11.3 million, and that, Madam Speaker, will be used as an investment in Dangriga Town. That has started already, but in addition to that, we paved the Mullins River Road, Madam Speaker, and we paved the Manante Road with the savings that we got from the coastal highway since we got in because of the way we efficiently run the people's money. Aloba Bridge, like that, we save another $28.5 million. We are now to decide where to use that money. Madam Speaker, in comparison, and this is where I want you to pay keen attention, Madam Speaker. In comparison, I went back in the files and I analyzed the Hummingbird Highway rehabilitation that was done. The original contract for the Hummingbird Highway, Madam Speaker, was $16.4 million, the original contract. When the contract ended, Madam Speaker, without coming to the House of Representatives to seek supplementary, without asking permission, they ended up spending $58.6 million, Madam Speaker, an extra of $42.2 million without seeking any approval by the House of Representatives. If you look at percentage, I'm going to try go back in my school days. It's like 357% increase. 3.5 times the value of the contract. I don't believe they went to Contractor General. I questioned a lot of people and nobody wants to answer because they are concerned. That is another Senate inquiry. Yeah, go eat something, my brother. No, you can't take the heat. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, dude. 357% extra. And this leads me to something, and I'm warning the contractors out there. There is a habit that contractors are submitting abnormally low bids. What does that mean? When a bid goes out, the consultants come up with what we call of bill of quantities. It gives the engineer's estimate as to what a project is valued. So the engineer's estimate from the foreign consultants and the local consultants would say, let's say $100 million for a project. International standards say that you cannot be below that estimate more than 20%. They give you a range. You can't be too low and you can't be too high. You have to be within a range. Contractors under the United Democratic Party's tenure had this practice of underbidding far below the 20%. They would go sometimes up to 30%. This is a clear example. With the intent that when the contract is awarded, they are topped up to be able to reach wherever they want to reach. I am warning contractors out there, this will not be tolerated. We are bidding the projects and we are expecting professional bids to come in. We will analyze the variances. We are in consultation with the international foreign institutions. They send their consultants to us. We are working along with them so that the international acceptable standards are followed in Belize. So if anybody puts in a bid that is 20% out of the range of the estimates, please be warned that you will not be awarded those contracts. Prime Minister, this is important, and I gave an example as to why it was done when you have an example of 357% increase on one project alone. I will leave it as that because it seems that the other side agree with me. They disappeared. They cannot deal with the truth. And that's what we have had in this House, Madam Speaker. When you speak the truth, the members of the United Democratic Party cannot handle it. As I said in the last House meeting, their performance, it's a fake performance that they come here every time. We will deal with the fake people one by one. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member of Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was not planning to say much today on this particular bill, but I think I must, because there were some misconceptions and misleading statements made by the leader of the opposition and to a certain extent by the member from Colette. It's obvious that the leader of the opposition does not understand how a budgetary exercise works. It's obvious that he does not understand that even though monies may have been approved in previous budgets, if they were not spent, then you have to have a revote of those funds. Any monies being spent by the government of Belize have to be approved here in the National Assembly. That is the way the law works. Over $10 million in this particular supplementary are revoted funds. Funds that were approved in previous budgets were not spent and now are being approved here again so that the monies can be spent. This includes funds for the Guinea Grass water system. This includes funds for the oil rig, the drilling, sorry, not the oil, the water drilling rig that they want to purchase for the Ministry of Rural Development. Madam Speaker, this is just basic regulations that it seems that they don't want to spend, that they don't want to explain to the Belizean people why this money has to come forward now. Now, Madam Speaker, on particular issues brought up by the member from Collett, the judges, for example. The reason why the funds were not included in the budget for this year and why they're brought in this supplementary is because it was believed that the judges would not be needed until the next fiscal year, when they would have been put in that budget. But the necessity is there now. The judges are coming in September. So the proper thing, the right thing, the legal thing to do is to come to this House and to vote for those funds to pay the judges. On the issue of land acquisition, Madam Speaker, most of these are judgments in the court. They can't be predicted. We don't know when the judgments will come, what the judgments will be, how much the judgments will be. So again, you have to come back to the House to vote for these funds to pay these land acquisitions. On the matter of the National Bank, Madam Speaker, even though the National Bank has rebounded, has been growing, has been improving their balance sheet, they're not at their full potential. They want to get to their full potential to be able to lend, to be able to provide that service to the Belizean people. They need an additional influx of capital. In addition to wanting to grow, recently some new reporting requirements, some new provisioning requirements were brought into effect, were brought into law that the National Bank has to set aside more of its profits for. So instead of using that money to be able to lend, they put it aside, provision, central bank regulations. Now they want the money to be able to lend. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing sinister in it. It seems that perhaps the member from Collett does not want to see the bank grow anymore. Madam Speaker, to end off, both the leader of the opposition and the member from Collett said very clearly that they will not support this supplementary budget. So the Belizean people have to know what they're not supporting. They're not supporting the building of a new school at St. Matthew's Village. They are not supporting that the additional funds be provided to the police department to carry out their work. They are not supporting additional funds going to the BDF to make sure that they can repair and replace the forward operating base. They are not supporting funds for the Guinea Grass water system. They are not supporting funds to go to the cane farmers that were desperately in need of fertilizer so that they could be able to plant, so that they could be able to make sure that they had a crop this season. That's what they're voting against, Madam Speaker. And the Belizean people need to understand that. These are not funds that the government will just spend recklessly. These are funds that are being earmarked, that are being prioritized for specific projects, for specific expenses that the government will now undertake to make sure that Plan Belize is properly, efficiently, and for the entire country carried out, Madam Speaker. So yes, I support the supplementary budget. Yes, it's clear that the leader of the opposition does not understand what budgetary exercises are about, and I'm very disappointed to hear from the member from Collett that even though he said, that some of the monies are good, he would actually stand up in this House and say that he does not support monies to cane farmers, to the building of schools, to our security forces, and to make sure that we have a proper water system in Guinea Grass. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues have done a wonderful job in answering those who were said, so I move the second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a first and a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to amend the measures for a single borrower limits among banks and financial institutions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, again, we've been doing a slew of bills that we have to be amending because of the we are under assessment by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. And so I'm currently preparing for its fourth round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFAT. So basically, Madam Speaker, we are moving in compliance of what we are required by the International Financial Order, and something that we have absolutely no chance, well, no option but to do that. So, Madam Speaker, I move the introduction. Thank you. It does have the, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to amend the measures for single borrowing limits among banks and financial institutions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to amend the measures for single borrower limits among banks and financial institutions, to improve measures for mergers and acquisitions among other banks and financial institutions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, this is the exact way we're putting both acts as one, both the international and the domestic banks. So that's what we're doing as part of what we required by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFAT. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
The bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institution Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to amend the measures for single borrowing limits among banks and financial institutions, to improve measures of mergers and acquisition among other banks and financial institutions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education.
Yes, the company's bill. Yes.
Madam Speaker, this is the Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022, the substantive laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, number 11 of 2022, of the substantive laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, Chapter 11, Number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 138(2) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to comply with the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, recommendations with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 138(02) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 138(02) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force, recommendation with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authority, financial institution, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and the disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, this is the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition certainly supports the Civil Asset Recovery Bill and unexplained wealth. Even though this is a part of the FATF exercise, we certainly believe in the objective of this bill. Members of the National Assembly, members of public service, no one should enter a life of service to amass wealth. That is not what the purpose is. And I take very seriously anyone who, since our independence, has used the National Assembly in particular as a vehicle for self-enrichment. I know some of the members like to ridicule me and talk about wanting to go to the States, and that's why I'm in the House of Representatives. I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, the member from Orange Walk North can't go to the States, and he's a minister, and not...
No.
Madam Speaker, point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, what's the point of order, member?
Imputing improper motives.
Thank you.
May I respond? The Leader of the Opposition has been harping on this since December, in our House meeting in early December, Madam Speaker. There has over 6 months
Speaker,
have passed. Over 6 months have passed.
One second.
Over 6 months. Sit down and shut up, please.
No. I have heard the point of order. We don't countenance the unbecoming remarks and behavior by also doing the same thing. This is happening too much. I totally hear your point of order. I was about to tell the member of Leader of Opposition, you are not to go down that road. I have cautioned you before, particularly on this one. It will come off the record. Please, Leader of Opposition, you are imputing improper motives. That cannot be countenanced there. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying...
No, the point of order. We cannot, the point of orders aren't used to debate. I have heard it. I have ruled. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The point I was making, again, I didn't know that the truth is imputing improper motives, but I respect your ruling.
If you continue, I'm going to ask you to sit down.
It is not the truth.
I respect your
I will
ruling.
ask you to sit down.
Members,
strike that from the record.
Madam Speaker, may I just clarify
Madam
that
Speaker,
I have traveled to the U.S. 2 times since he started with this crap.
Member.
He is lying. He's a liar. Leader, a liar makes him unfit to be leader.
Member. Yes, the member has an opportunity. It's under the standing orders where you can ask the member on his feet to sit so that you can elucidate. That is not what was done. I have addressed this. Leader for Opposition, I am telling you, if you make one more reference to this matter, I will ask you to sit down. You are imputing an improper motive, and you have been told about this before.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Generally speaking, getting to the House of Representatives does not allow you to get any visa to go anywhere. And I know that there have been ministers in both parties that are not allowed to travel to the States and don't have a visa even though they are ministers. The point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that coming to the House of Representatives, undertaking to be a representative of the people is one of the most noble undertakings that any human being can do. And that should in no way be sullied by a perverse desire, thirst for self-enrichment. So the opposition fully supports holding anyone from either party accountable for any such actions of self-enrichment and corruption, Madam Speaker. But this bill falls short. And in my discussions with the social partners, members of the unions, etc., I know that there was a consultant, an expert, that the FIU brought in, Madam Speaker, to answer questions as to this civil asset recovery bill. If we are serious about ending the scourge of corruption that has engulfed both sides in successive governments, Madam Speaker, there can be no statute of limitations. And that is what the language in this bill says. I believe it's 12 years. Honorable member from Freetown can correct me. The consultant, from what I understand, and the research that I've done supports that regionally it is 20 years statute of limitations. Globally, in the developed nations, there is no statute of limit to deal with this type of asset recovery for corrupt officials, Madam Speaker. So, if it is that we are serious, why is the government putting forth a bill that only deals with the last 12 years? So, only the UDP was involved in corruption? Do we forget the Syed Musa PUP administration? Do we forget those days, Madam Speaker? So, what the opposition is asking is for us to be serious about treating with the scourge of corruption, and let us hold both parties accountable in this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, it is my duty to this House and to the nation to call out when the leader of the opposition is misleading the Belizean people. The bill is clear, leader of the opposition, that in the first instance, you can apply to look back 12 years, but you can also apply to the court to go back as far as 20 years. So the bill allows for the looking back of 20 years. It's not 12 years, it's only 12 in the first instance, but an application can be made to the court for it to go back as far as 20 years, which would be in agreement, in alignment with exactly what is being done in the region. As far as I know, there's only one country that allows no limit at all, and that is the UK. Every other country has a term, and it's usually 20 years, 12 to 20 years. It's the same as in the region. But, Madam Speaker, I also wanted to put on the record my gratitude to the joint unions, to the NTUCB, the PSU, the BNTU, the APSSM. We embarked on a series of consultations, and I also have to thank the new director of the FIU. She was the one leading the consultations. We met on a number of occasions. We looked at the bill. We made sure that the amendments, that the recommendations that were being put forward by the unions were included in the final draft of the legislation. So they were a part of the process. They made their recommendations, and for the most part, all of those recommendations were accepted. The Leader of Opposition is right in that this is a matter that came out of the Financial Action Task Force, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, which is the regional body that falls under that particular organization. But it's also, Madam Speaker, it's also part of the requirement under the UN Convention Against Corruption. So I would like to also state for the record, this is part of us the government of Belize, the country of Belize, complying with the treaty requirements under UNCAC, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to wrap up the debate, the Honourable Member for Fort George has dealt with some of the substantive issues. But just for the record, Madam Speaker, as the member for Fort George rightly said, both he and I were engaged in these consultations. These were extensive consultations with the social partners. They were at the table, engaged every step of the way with the drafting of this legislation, making recommendations, proposing amendments. So the product that we are presenting to the people of Belize, to this National Assembly, is a product grounded in consultation, collaboration, cooperation. And what this is the difficulty with the leader of the opposition and the United Democratic Party, because what the social partners said to us repeatedly, and this is something we hear from them all the time on different issues that we are engaged with them on. This is something that they have been pushing and pushing for more than 15 years. They have been trying to get they were trying to get the former government to engage on this issue, to work with them, to come up with legislation. Absolutely nothing was done, sir. Now we are doing something, and you have the audacity to stand up in here and try to poo-poo what we are doing. We are doing it right. Which president of the union? Which president of which union, sir? No, man. Which union? The unions made it very clear that this is something they have been trying to advance for over a decade with absolutely no support from the United Democratic Party government. How dare you come here today when we are making a good faith effort to advance something meaningful for the first time, to hold people accountable, good governance, and you do it right. The member you pointed out one issue, and the member for Fort George pointed out to you that you were wrong in your understanding of that issue. You were making a big deal about 12 years. The member pointed it out that it is not in fact 12 years. It is 12 years in the first instance, but it can go back for 20 years. So, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that the government of Belize, as the Prime Minister said when he introduced this bill, is taking another stride in demonstrating its commitment to enhancing good governance measures and tackling the proceeds of crime. And not only will the enactment of the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill serve to provide new remedies to address the challenges with corruption, tax evasion, money laundering, and other financially driven crimes, but the legislation, as the Honourable Member for Fort George said, will also serve to meet Belize's obligations under the UNCAC and the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. And very importantly, Madam Speaker, as a final point, I want to make this point again, because I think it's critically important for the Belizean people to understand this, that this bill applies, not only to us here in the National Assembly. It does apply to us, politicians, ministers, but to all public officers and also private sector. The confiscation measures may be brought against all persons in connection with property they have obtained through unlawful conduct that would be contrary to any criminal laws in Belize, or conduct in another jurisdiction where if it had taken place in Belize would have been an offense. So critically important, when we talk about tackling corruption, people have to understand, as is very often said, not just politicians. People like to talk about the politicians, but very often their partners, with the public officers and people in the private sector who are driving this corruption. And this bill is about addressing it in a comprehensive way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 271 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liabilities Companies Act to the Limited Liabilities Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education. No. The Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liabilities Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liability Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, this is the Insurance Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors Insurance Core Principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations and International Association of Insurance Supervisors, IAIS, Insurance Core Principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize... Apologies, Minister. 1 second.
Bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251 of the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants. Contribute to the financial stability of Belize and to satisfy the requirements of the FATF recommendations and the IAIS insurance core principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education, Culture, Science, Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the FATF recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bill.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of the Whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third reading for a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st March of 2024.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I don't move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force FATF Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the FATF Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 13802 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF recommendations, with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Act, Chapter 13402 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendations of the FATF recommendations with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, as amended, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the International Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liability Companies Act, to remove the restrictions on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, as amended, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liability Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report International Limited Liabilities. Insurance. Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered Insurance Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF recommendations, and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, IAIS, Insurance Core Principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. With amendments, all those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the FATF recommendations and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, Insurance Core Principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fail to, if you please allow me leave to just acknowledge the good people of Mesopotamia that have given me the privilege to serve them in this National Assembly, and also the other 30 constituencies that I serve as party leader of the Great United Democratic Party. I'd also like to express my condolences to two giants. I start first with Mr. Harrison Pilgrim, affectionately known as Harry P. This is a gentleman from the south side of Belize, Madam Speaker. I know there are some people that don't think south side people should go very far in life, but he has certainly served as a role model. If I could think of a Mount Rushmore of Southside success stories, I look at former Prime Minister Dean Barrow, CCJ, Justice Dennis Barrow, and I look at Harry P. This is an insurance magnate, a man that was very active in helping the church charities, and a man that was about sports and loving his country. So I extend deepest sympathies to his family and loved ones on behalf of the opposition, and wanted to pay him that tribute. And also Mr. Roland York from California. He was a great supporter of our democracy, and we appreciate him. May he rest in peace. Madam Speaker, the matter of national importance I'd like to discuss has to do with drug trafficking, Madam Speaker. In particular, the fact that we do not have a radar in this country right now to detect the drug planes, Madam Speaker. I was made aware of this fact by regional security intelligence counterparts, Madam Speaker. I understand that months ago the Americans and the Canadians were prepared to gift the drug plane radar to Belize, and Belize refused it. For what reason, I don't know, which is why I'm bringing it to the attention of the nation, Madam Speaker, because the Prime Minister admitted that we have a problem, which is why he's spending an additional $1 million in this supplementary bill. So it's not something that I'm making up. And, you know, the PUP government has a sordid history when it comes to drugs and the cartel. The Prime Minister would know. I'd like to talk about my father. Know your father is the only parliamentarian ever convicted of trafficking drugs. But I would hope that as a government, you would treat with urgency, battling, discouraging, deterring the narco traffickers, knowing that it drives the violence in our communities. In Corozal, again, we had an execution of a gentleman. Weeks before that, we had a shootout where the gentleman jumped out of the car and drowned by one of the ferries, I think going to Sartenea or Chonush. We have a serious problem, Madam Speaker. We've always had a problem. And this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, when he was leader of the opposition, said that the drug planes were being landed by officials high to the highest level in the UDP government. So who is landing
the drug planes now, Madam Speaker. And the fact that this government would decline a free radar to say that they would get one from Kosesna, who has been promising a radar since Dean Barrow was Prime Minister, and that was a long time. He served 3 terms. You're a one-term government, Madam Speaker. This is a serious matter, Madam Speaker, and I understand there may be some type of agreement, but again, as I said, this organization has been promising the government of Belize a drug plane radar for over a decade. And as it stands, we have a drug war in Corozal. The Prime Minister accepted the Mexican cartels have taken over the north, and we don't have a radar so that we could work with our counterparts to stop the drug plane landing. So now we've gone from the officials in the UDP landing the planes. When the government changed, the planes continued to land, Madam Speaker. There were multiple planes landing every month, but now we don't have a radar. I'm not going to impute improper motives, Madam Speaker. I am going to request that it be fixed. Not going to say that this is now being done by the PUP government, that PUP officials are landing the drug planes now, that's why they don't want a radar. I'm not going to say that, Madam Speaker. I am going to implore this government to fix this problem. We can't wait until December or January to get a radar when you have admitted, when you have to spend $1 million to reinforce our security in order to fight this problem, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Prime Minister National. So
Madam Speaker, you know, in Creole we have a saying, kettle the cost the pot. Here is a convicted, deported felon from the United States acting as the leader of the opposition. I mean, see,
Remember, nobody interrupted you. Can you kindly allow the
was
same?
in the United States. He was United States. He was back and forth to the United States. He was a UN ambassador. Right now, you only get a visa because you have a diplomatic passport. That's why you get a U.S. visa. You like to try to throw insinuation against the honorable member from Orange Rock North. But Madam Speaker, I'm really took offense, Madam Speaker, that you did not allow the honorable member from Orange Rock North to point out that he still has a visa.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I raised a national issue as to the radars that we don't have, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order?
That he's speaking in irrelevance. We have already passed that matter. You rule on the matter of Mr. Cervantes.
Please have your seat. Thank you. You
He
can
spoke
continue in
about
answering.
Harry Pilgrim, and I never get up and say that's not a matter of national importance. Or you could speak on one thing, so behave yourself, man. That's your problem. That's one of the many problems that you have. You like to throw improper motives, but you did not allow the honorable member to tell you that he still travels to the United States. He still have a U.S. visa, unlike you, that only can get a U.S. visa because you have a diplomatic passport. The hypocrisy, man. But coming to the answer, Madam Speaker, I will not take the security concerns of this country and turn it into petty politics. I'm going to make that very, very clear. This is something that affects all of us. This is something that affects this country. This is something that I have said from day one, that my biggest nightmare is that if the cartels were to come into Belize. I've said that to the United States government. I say to any government that I meet, and that we need the resources to be able to fight them back. But for you to come to this honorable house and to say the cartels have taken over, well, you should be ashamed of yourself. I have never said that. I did not say that. I did not say that. I said they are coming across and trying to shoot people right here, and these people, rightly so, should have never been involved in these illegal activities. I can't discuss everything we spoke at the National Security Council day meeting that we have on Tuesday. I will not discuss it in public because I should not do that, and I'm not going to grandstand when it comes to that. But I can tell you this, that we have far fewer planes landing in Belize than what we had under the UDP government. And that's a fact. For you to say that we have planes after planes landing, I did not interrupt you. That we had planes after planes after planes landing every month. Give me the fact. Don't come and lie in this National Assembly, or don't come and exaggerate the truth, because that is not the truth. We have far fewer planes. Now you want to make this case as if our government have deliberately told the United States government, take away your radar. That is so far from the truth. When the Americans loaned us their radar, it was for a specific time. For a specific time. And so the time was up, and so they had to move it back. Stop embarrass yourself. The point is, Madam Speaker, that presently we do have a radar working in Belize. We do have a secondary radar operating here in Belize. So when you come up and make these pronouncements, you're embarrassing yourself. You could have asked the honorable member from the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, and he could have told you, he would have explained to you that we should have a brand new primary radar to be installed in October at the cost of $8 million US. And it's not going to cost us a single cent. That it is more modern than the one that the Americans loaned us. Far more. If you really cared about the security of this country, you could come and ask me, can you give me a briefing? What are the concerns? What is going? Don't come and grandstand here in the National Assembly and gloat over the issue of the challenges that we're having when it comes to our national security. You should be ashamed, man. Belize comes first before petty politics. I would have told you that we have an agreement with Mexico, with Guatemala, with Honduras. They triangulate from when these planes are leaving, from wherever they are. And they keep us informed. How do you think we must stop the joke planes in the Southern Highway? Because the Mexicans were flying over with video, recording them every step of the way, and then telling us where these guys are moving. But you could come and ask, and I would ask you, okay, this is national security. I will tell you, but it has to remain as national security. We can't be talking in public about these things because we don't want the drug traffickers, both local and abroad, to come to know what we're doing. Don't come and grandstand in this house when it comes to the issue of national security. If you're in the United States, they're probably going to lock you up for that. We, Madam Speaker, are doing everything possible to keep Belize safe. Murders are down. Petty crime is going down. They're not where they want to be. One murder is one too much. But it is less than what is done under the UDP. The poor police and the BDF even had boots under the UDP. Now here we are getting them. They even had bulletproof vests. The guns even had bullets. And then you come and grandstand in this National Assembly. You should be ashamed of yourself. We do not play when it comes to the national security of this country, and I hope this is the last time you will come and grandstand in this National Assembly.
I recognize the member for Collect.
Madam Speaker, I hope, Madam Speaker, that you can allow me to join with what the leader of the opposition said about two very notable Belizeans. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, I hope that you will allow me to join with his comments is because of what the Prime Minister did. I don't think it was intentional. I hope it was not. But in a way, it diminished. But I have to say it because you said you didn't stop him when he spoke about Harry P. And I'm not sure if you mentioned Mr. York's name. But the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, these two individuals mentioned by the leader of the opposition have contributed greatly to Belize's development. Gilbert Andrew Harrison Pilgrim served, in fact, he's an insurance mogul in the entire region. This man is recognized in the Insurance Hall of Fame for the region. And we lost a great Belizean. He was an educator, principal of Fletcher College that amalgamated with Xavier College to become Corozal Community College. I'm not sure if the representatives from the north know that. He taught at St. Michael's College. And he was chairman of the board of the University of Belize for nearly 10 years. In fact, when he died, he was on a mission for Belize. The Minister of Sports will tell you that the other day when the young Dimitri won all of those medals in the Carifta Games, that it was a huge effort on the part of Harrison Pilgrim to bring him home to Belize. So I want to believe the Prime Minister didn't mean any harm, but I want to make sure that we place properly on the record the appreciation of this nation for Gilbert Andrew Harrison Pilgrim. And I make no apologies that he was a close friend of mine and supporter of the United Democratic Party. So was Roland York, Madam Speaker, who was Consul General to Los Angeles for this country. Mr. Roland York also, Madam Speaker, was one of the founding members of the Concerned Belizean Association, a group that was formed with people like Dr. Pike from Michigan and people in the diaspora. All over these people, even though they lived abroad, they live, eat, breathe everything Belize. And so we have to put on record, Madam Speaker, our appreciation. And for those who are wondering, yes, he was UDP, but it does not matter. Their contributions superseded their political affiliation. So please, Madam Speaker, let me get that in on the record, the appreciation for the lives of both of these gentlemen, Mr. Harry Pilgrim and Mr. Roland York. And then, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me, sorry, I wanted to say one other thing. Place on the record, because of the exchange that just happened, that I don't associate myself with bringing the Prime Minister's father into situations. The Prime Minister have enough deeds to answer for, in my view. You don't have to bring his father into that. So I place that on the record. I don't think that kind of exchange should happen. And I certainly don't believe, I join with you, Madam Speaker, in appealing for us to better behave. Anyway, my point of concern, Madam Speaker, has to do with what, as a resident of Ladyville, has to have me concerned. I don't ride the public transportation, but I hope that the Minister of Transport can look into a situation that is boiling over in Ladyville, where apparently there is some cronyism going on. The current chairman of Ladyville, one Bernardo Bennett, who I am told is the minister of the member from Belize Rural Central's driver, has been awarded the transportation contract for the area under Central Transit or Transport or something. This is wrong. This is nepotism. And we sorry? Yes, it is. It is. It's a serious cronyism. If this man who has been awarded this contract, Madam Speaker, is the sitting PUP chairman of Ladyville, and he doesn't hide it. The buses that pass up and down has his name on it. I mean, come on, it's not even like it is hidden. It's blatant. And all the residents of Ladyville, in fact, they're looking to have a protest on Sunday, I'm told, because the buses, from what I've heard, keep breaking down. And I see them on the road as well. I drive up and down to Lord's Bank. It's a problem. And so I would hope that the Minister of Transport doesn't get up and say that that this has been done with his blessing. And I hope that he will look out to make sure that this situation is rectified. We deserve the best quality service in the Ladyville Lords Bank area, the best. And those buses certainly are not the best. Now, I am not here to hold brief for anybody because I don't know Mr. Serrano. I knew Mr. Ramos when he was there because Mr. Ramos used to live in Colette before he came to Lords Bank. But I'm not batting for anybody, but when it is we're going to not consider fairly. Was there a tender process? How did you come up with this man to give him the contract other than the blatant, naked fact that he's a PUP faithful, the driver of the minister and the Ladyville Village Council chair? I would want to hear what criteria was used, and I'd want us to follow proper criteria to make sure that those buses are comfortable, safe for our people. I passed the bus this morning coming to the National Assembly. The back of it got my finger stick up, and this is for the haters, and his name is in the front. That kind of thing to the Ladyville people. I'm telling you what I experienced, what I've seen. So I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that both my friend from Belize Rural Central and the Transport Minister from Stanquick West will address this matter before it gets out of hand. The people of Ladyville and Lords Bank are not happy about this situation. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Transportation. Mike?
There are major discrepancies in Mr. Serrano providing services for the people of Ladyville and Lords Bank. There are many reports at the Department of Transport and the Transport Board. I did not advise the Transport Board what to do. Mr. Shah sits on the Transport Board, who is an operator, and he likewise voted against Mr. Serrano's misbehavior in the transport industry. So as the minister responsible, I got the report that Mr. Serrano will be seized, I believe, sometime in the month of June, because the services and his behavior is inadequate in the transportation industry. So with that said, there are people who might apply for runs, and the board will decide. I have no control of what the board decides. There are some members who decide on their own.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, before I move, I think it's important for me to say that I was in no way trying to create any disrespect to Harry Pilgrim and to Mr. Ronald York. I did not know Ronald York personally, but Harry Pilgrim, I consider him a friend, even though we were from opposite sides. I think he was a great Belizean and a good example for everybody to see that with hard work and determination that you can succeed in life. So I want to place that on record, that it was in no instance trying to create any disrespect. Actually, I was going to ask you if there has been a funeral. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. So when? It was on Tuesday. See, I was not aware. I said I probably attended the... Yes, we made the House of Culture available. So for anyone to suggest that we on this side, because he was a UDP, we would not want to honor his work. Obviously, that's not so. So let's not play politics with these little things. The things transcend. All the point I was making that the man was bringing up more than one issue. But Madam Speaker, just as I close this meeting, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that the radar from COSESNA came in 2 weeks ago. It's just been cleared, so it's going to be start with the installation. So if you ask these questions, you're not going to be embarrassed. No? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, before I put the question, I kindly ask for your indulgence. I think it's incumbent upon me to make just a few remarks. I have heard throughout today's proceedings where I was in the chamber terms such as there's disagreement with my ruling or offense has been taken with my ruling. I want it to be very clear, members. There are distinct roles here. I as the chair of the chamber, and you all as members. It is very clear that I will make rulings from time to time that you will not agree with, and I have made it abundantly clear on public record. That is okay. You don't have to agree, but my ruling must be respected. I say that because there is offense taken as well when the Speaker of the House is not respected. And this is something that all speakers in this House has had to contend with. I place on public record that it is unbecoming of any member, regardless of party, side, when you disrespect me, the Speaker. When I stand, you are to be silent. When I speak, you're to give me that respect. What occurred this morning is regrettable. It's unfortunate. I cannot tell you when I exited the chamber, for the times that I exited, the amount of text I have gotten, because apparently the media, which is their right, caught the clip in recess. None of it is on official Hansard, thank goodness. But it is out there. So there is a record. And it speaks to language. Language that the women, all women parliamentarians in this chamber, both sides and the other side, has taken an issue with. And it cannot be countenanced, even if it is captured on recess and not on the record. It is unfortunate that I was not in the chamber, because I would never have allowed it. I recognize the difficulty of this chair, members. It gets worse when you do not respect the chair. Now, I am not upset. I understand the politics that enters. But I plead with all of you. We are in the midst of trying to finalize a code of conduct. I can say to you that today has given more substance as to what may need to go into that code of conduct. I have heard on both sides that we need to do better collectively. I would hope it's not a talking point. But members, we have children listening, we have Belizeans home and abroad listening, and we have the wider global community. No, it's not on the record, but it has shown how this House operated. I would not have raised this had I not received the text when I exited the chamber, but it was a bit too much, and I thought I had an obligation. I certainly will work with all members in carrying out my role here, but I ask that you respect the chair. Whoever sits in this chair, I ask that you do that. And with that, members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.